Chapter 34-35. Kai Fei had never heard of the Dayu Villa, nor did he understand why Yuanqi had created it. However, he could only nod. Understood. It's the Dayu Villa. Yuanqi's voice grew louder. The Dayu Villa accepts disciples from the outside, and they are only separated by good and evil. Anyone who joins the Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have experienced in the past, will be protected by the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa promises to protect all disciples to the greatest extent possible. Regardless of whether they have violated the rules or not, as long as they are not evil, they can join the Dayu Villa. Following his words, the flag above Boundless fluttered in the wind, and the words, "True love is unequaled," were especially eye-catching. Within Boundless, Lu Yin laughed. Yuanqi is becoming more and more cooperative. Chu Yi smiled. He wouldn't dare not cooperate. There is no place for him in the spiritualized universe. Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi were shocked. Yuanqi had not volunteered but had been forced. These people were the masters of Boundless. Who are these people? They hurriedly knelt down. We request to join the Dayu Villa. Please grant us our request. Please grant us our request. The Kai family is willing to die for you. Lu Yin did not care about them, and his voice traveled to Kai Fei's ears. How does the Kai family plan to answer to the Dayu Villa's disciples? Kai Fei did not know who had spoken, nor did he want to know. The more he knew, the more troublesome it would be. A ruthless look flashed past his eyes, and he raised his hand to strike Kai Bai. Kai Bai had thought that he did not need to make a decision, but he had not expected Kai Fei to attack him. Kai Bai died and his corpse fell to the ground. Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi are in Boundless and are at your disposal. From now on, the Kai family's direct line of descent will be changed to the Dayu Villa's line of descent. Is the Dayu Villa satisfied? Kai Fei's attitude was very humble. Yuanqi was calm, but this kind of thing had happened too often. For someone like Kai Fei, family was the most important. Regardless of whether they were direct or collateral descendants, as long as they had the surname Kai, it was fine. All of them were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Kai family. This was the family's philosophy. Old Tao shook his head and sighed. He had not expected that the Kai family would be forced into such a state. However, when he thought about the battle at the border where Yi Sangtian had joined forces with the Grand Domain and the experts at the border had been massacred, the Kai family did not stand out. Kai Jun, what do you think? Lu Yin's voice. Kai Jun said respectfully, I'll follow Third Master's decision. Third Master? Kai Fei didn't understand this form of address. You can make your own decisions, Lu Yin said. Kai Jun took a deep breath and looked at Kai Fei. Kai Fei also looked at him. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would look at a junior with a pleading gaze. Moreover, it was a junior from a branch family, a character that was originally unworthy of his attention. Kai Jun experienced the feeling of being above his family. This was all given to him by the Dayu Villa and the Third Master. He suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, The Dayu Mountain Manor made the decision for me because I joined the Dayu Mountain Manor and was recognized by the Dayu Mountain Manor. My matter has been resolved, but I'm not an ungrateful person. I need to pay the price for the Dayu Mountain Manor. Kai Fei was puzzled. What price? Lu Yin was curious as well. This prodigy was actually fighting for his benefits. What could a prodigy possibly have that could catch his eye? Kai Jun loudly opened his mouth. Kai family's pearl, Kai Kuqing. Kai Fei stared blankly at Kai Jun. He was astonished at first, but only then could he be clear. Old Tao's eyes lit up. This kid knew how to do things. Kai Kuqing's reputation had spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and she was coveted by countless people. The Kai family had been troubled by her for a long time, and they didn't know how to deal with her. This kid actually wanted to bring Kai Kuqing into the boundless universe. With Kai Kuqing's beauty and temperament, would the Third Master be tempted? There was a 99% chance that he would. And this credit belonged to Kai Jun. This kid wasn't stupid and he knew how to use limited resources. The surrounding people who were staring at the boundless universe grew anxious. What Kai Kuqing? How can that be? Our sect master has taken a fancy to her. That's enough. How can your sect master be worthy of Kai Kuqing? She's a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and only those major powers can covet her. Immediately send word back that Kai Kuqing can't enter the boundless universe. The boundless universe has already broken the rules. If you take Kai Kuching away, don't blame us for being impolite. No one will let the boundless universe go. Even Yuanqi can't stop it. Lu Yin heard the discussions around him and he looked at Kai Yu. He saw a courtyard and a woman and he was stunned. This woman's appearance might not be the most beautiful he had ever seen, but her unique temperament was charming with a hint of coldness, and her holiness with a hint of seduction. She was indeed very attractive. Moreover, this woman was a powerhouse of the sequence laws and her talent was extremely good. She could attract even more powerhouses. Lu Yin stood up and slowly walked to the bow of the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Kai Jun, hiding his ruthlessness. This kid actually had designs on the Kai family's pearl. Bastard Kai Jun, how that junior was also stupid. Since he had made a move, why didn't he clean it up and implicate the Kai family? He couldn't understand why the dignified Sang Tian would stand up for Kai Jun. Kai Jun stared at Kai Fei. Ancestor, you're not willing? Kai Fei was troubled. Kai Kuching is already engaged to someone. If she boarded the boundless universe, it wouldn't be good. Kai Jun frowned. Engaged? Who? Kai Fei wanted to slap Kai Jun to death. This junior was too impudent, but he didn't dare. Who? If he said it at this time, it would be the truth. But who? A name flashed through his mind. Before he could think of anything, Lu Yin walked out and stood in front of Yuanqi. No matter who it is, even if it's Yu Sang Tian, this woman will still board the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. What a big tone. Yuanqi was surprised. Did he take a fancy to that woman? Kai Jun was excited. This was the right step. He wanted to repay Lu Yin's help. He didn't have the ability, but the Kai family had Kai Kuching. As long as the third elder valued her, he would repay the favor. Lu Yin stood at the bow of the boundless universe and looked down. Kai Kuching board the boundless universe. Kai Fei hurriedly said, Sir. I am the third elder of the Dayu Manor. Third elder. Kai Fei looked at Yuanqi and wanted to say something, but old Tao walked out and reluctantly said, Old friend, we meet again. Kai Fei was surprised. Old Tao? Old Tao laughed dryly. I am the second elder of the Dayu Manor. Kai Fei was speechless. What was this? Kai Kuching walked out of the white courtyard in the Kai domain and looked up. The boundless universe's shadow covered the Kai family, just like the hazy life she had lived for so many years. Kai Kuching, the boundless universe. It didn't matter where she went. She was just a bargaining chip. So what if she had the sequence laws? In the spiritualized universe, were there few powerhouses at this level? If both sides didn't move, they were destined to be chess pieces. Kai Kuching slowly rose into the air and appeared in front of countless people. Numerous gazes fell on her, and the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. What a beautiful woman. That kind of temperament made people want to have her. That kind of beauty was irresistible. Kai Kuching was familiar with such gazes. Even when she was young, she would attract countless gazes when she went out. She was used to it. Lu Yin watched Kai Kuching slowly approach. The closer she got, the more obvious her cold and charming temperament was, and the more intoxicating it was. A snow fox that had fallen into a volcano. That was how Lu Yin felt. When a person was in a volcano, the heat was unbearable. This snow fox was a person's greatest desire. This woman was easy to get addicted to. Kai Fei was bitter. The Kai family had protected this pearl so well in exchange for the greatest benefits, but in the end, it had become like this. His heart was bleeding. It was all because of that genius. Damn it, the Dayu Manor had violated the rules and defied Yu Sang Tian. He would definitely die a horrible death. He had to keep an eye on the Dayu Manor and find an opportunity to make that genius beg for death. As for Kai Kuching, once she ascended to the boundless universe, she would no longer have any value. Her only use would be to stay in the Kai family and become a sequence law expert. If Kai Fei could think of this, then so could Kai Kuching. She ignored Kai Fei, Lu Yin, and Yuanqi, minding her own business as she ascended to the boundless universe. Not being protected by the Kai family was the best protection she could give herself. A delicate fragrance swept past, bringing with it an icy chill. Yuanqi sighed. No wonder even Lu Yin couldn't help but want to take this girl away. She was definitely a pearl of the spiritualized universe. Not long after, the boundless universe left the Kai domain, leaving behind the shattered Kai family. The news that Kai Kuching had ascended to the boundless universe was far more important than the Kai family. The spiritualized universe was in an uproar. And all the young masters and powerhouses who coveted Kai Kuching looked towards the boundless universe. They wanted to tear it apart as well as the third master. He was so young and he was so eager to let Kai Kuching ascend to the boundless universe. This person had to be killed. In the spiritualized universe's eyes, Kai Kuching had ascended to the boundless universe because Lu Yin had taken a liking to her. However, the people of the Tianyuan universe knew that this was not the case. Lu Yin had too many close female friends in the Tianyuan universe, and the spiritualized cultivators were more anxious. This was the fundamental reason why Kai Kuching had ascended to the boundless universe. He was here to cause trouble. The boundless universe had caused a ruckus in the Kai family, forcing them to pay the price for persecuting a genius. This was a promotion for the Daoist villa, but the one who had truly spread the news was Kai Kuching. As the news spread, many people who were on the verge of despair looked towards the boundless universe. Could the Daoist villa really protect them? There would always be people who could not be tolerated by the world, and such people were either idiots or geniuses. At the same time, in the Lushan domain, the Yuan family was surrounded by many people. Senior Yuan Hong, please come out for a meeting. The Yuan family must give us an explanation regarding the boundless universe. We once respected Yuan Qi, but now he has violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The Yuan family must give us an explanation. Come out, Yuan family. The Yuan family. Within the Yuan family, the ancestor Yuan Hong, the family head Yuan Jing, and the various branch family heads had all gathered. Even the younger generation of cultivators had gathered. There were tens of thousands of people present, and they were all members of the Yuan family who lived in the Lushan domain. There were even more Yuan family members scattered throughout the Lushan domain. These people were far away from the main line of descent, and they could not come even if they wanted to. The entire Yuan family was surrounded. You all know about what happened in the outside world, right? Everyone in the Yuan family looked at Yuan Hong, waiting for the ancestor to speak. Yuan Hong was Yuan Qi's nephew. Yuan Qi's son had died a long time ago, so Yuan Qi did not have any direct relatives. Chapter 34-36. Our family has always been viewed with hostility, even when our ancestor was still alive. It's all because of Yu Sang Tian's relationship with our ancestor. After our ancestor left for the Tianyuan universe, more and more people started to view us as enemies, all of them vainly coveting Sang Tian's position. Our ancestor has clearly broken the rules and established Daoist Mountain Manor. He's already brought us to the opposite side of beyond heaven. Remember what I'm about to say. Yuan Hong's gaze was cold. Our family has never enjoyed the grace of beyond heaven. Since our ancestor has broken the rules, we will follow. If anyone is unwilling to follow our ancestor, they can leave now. The family will not stop them. No one left. They all knew what the family had been through in the past few years. Even if they left and joined beyond heaven, they wouldn't be accepted, and even if they did, what use would it be? They would be nothing more than stray dogs that would forever bear the name of a traitor. Not only had the family betrayed the spiritualized universe, but they themselves had also betrayed the family. Only by following the family could they move forward. Yuan Hong was satisfied. No one's leaving. Good, then remember this. From now on we will wait for our ancestor in Lushan domain. The family has sealed off the mountain and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Unless they attack us, we will not move. The Yuan's sealing of the mountain had infuriated the surrounding people. They wanted to attack Lushan domain, but they also had misgivings. The primordial origin had openly rebelled against the spiritualized universe, so he was clearly prepared. No one knew how many experts there were in the boundless universe, so who would be willing to take the lead? All they could do was surround the Yuans and put on a show for beyond heaven. If the primordial origin was finished, they would immediately attack the family and steal their resources. If the primordial origin left beyond heaven helpless, they would have to think of other methods. As long as they didn't attack, everything would be fine. The Yuans didn't know that the primordial origin wasn't willing, but that was no longer important. The primordial origin had already accepted his fate. The primordial origin didn't know about the Yuan's attitude, so he didn't really care about them. Cultivators cultivated both power and the heart. Many cultivators didn't care about relationships, and they believed that emotions would affect one's cultivation. The Eternals believed this, and the primordial origin was the same. Indifference to family was the only way to go further. There were also people who believed that emotions were a ladder for humans to climb up, and Lu Yin was one such person. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong, and Lu Yin's example could not become everyone's target. He had only been cultivating for a short period of time, and his emotions were still there. Yuan Qi had left the spiritualized universe a long time ago, and his family had long since faded away. She hadn't met Lu Yin and he hadn't planned on meeting her either. As long as she was above boundless, it would be fine. Dozens of days later, Wu Jiang arrived at the Alan region, which was not far from the 100 Herb region. Looking into the distance, Lu Yin exclaimed, "Is that the water curtain?" Old Tao sighed. "Yes, that is the water curtain sky, the wonder of the Alin region." The water curtain sky was an arched bridge. Water flowed down from the bridge, splitting the starry sky and connecting the two ends of the Alin domain. It was a huge object similar to the rainbow bridge of the starry sky of trees. The difference was that the rainbow bridge was connected from top to bottom, while the water curtain sky was connected horizontally. Anyone who passed through the Alin region would pass under the water curtain sky. There is a special kind of soil in the Alin region that is only attracted by the Alin spacetime. The Alin spacetime is connected to the spiritualized spacetime, and the gravity is the strongest. The further one is, the weaker it becomes. The Alin region arranged this soil horizontally, and as time passed, the soil was gradually attracted by the Alin spacetime and moved upwards, forming this bridge. The bridge. Due to the passage of time, the soil has solidified and become extremely hard. The people of the Alin region guided the water flow up and down the entire bridge, forming the wonder of the Alin region, the water curtain sky. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This water curtain sky is very important to the Alin region, right? Old Tao said, "Yes, the water curtain sky is the symbol of the Alin region. There are two leading forces in the Alin region, and they are separated by the water curtain sky. Each of them has a powerhouse guarding the sequence rules." Lu Yin smiled. "Two sequence rules? It's a very obvious aura, but it's too obvious." Wu Jiang rise. Old Tao didn't understand. Rise. This height was just enough to pass through the water curtain sky and rise again. Old Tao's expression changed. "No way." Wu Jiang slowly rose and headed towards the water curtain sky. At this moment, above the water curtain sky, many eyes looked at Wu Jiang. Why is it rising? What is the meaning of this? This way it will hit the water curtain sky. Not good. Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. In the dark, someone was anxious. It can't hit it. My dreamscape needs to be guided by reality. Reality is that Wu Jiang will pass through the water curtain sky and enter the dream through the water curtain sky. Once it hits it, the dream will fail. Can't it change reality? Change it to hitting the water curtain sky. From the looks of it, Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. Oh, I can't do it. You are Master Meng Sang's disciple. I am not Sang Tian. Many eyes, some fierce, some fearful, all stared at Wu Jiang from all directions. This place was actually a place where they could kill Wu Jiang. The Dayu villa had caused trouble in the Kai domain, stolen Kai Keqing, and sealed the Zhen family's mountain. All of these things had formed a killing intent towards Wu Jiang. All of the great powers had gathered in the shortest time possible to take action in the water curtain sky. The first to act was Meng Sang's disciple, trying to get Wu Jiang to enter the dream. However, the dream failed before it even started. Wu Jiang headed straight for the water curtain sky. Two figures hurriedly blocked it. Senior Primordial Origin, the Alan domain did not offend the Dayu villa. Please lower your altitude and pass through the water curtain sky. Lu Yin walked out and stood at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship with an arrogant smile. No one can make Wu Jiang lower its head. You are underestimating it. The two were furious. It's just a bridge, it can't make Wu Jiang lower its head. Lowering its altitude is lowering its head. Are you looking down on the Dayu villa? Lu Yin shouted. The two opened their mouths but did not know how to refute. This guy was obviously twisting words and forcing logic, and his arrogance made them want to kill him. Lu Yin was impatient. Get out of the way. Don't blame us if you die. Who are you? Tell us your name. One of them had a fierce look. Lu Yin sneered. I'm the Dayu villa's third master. You can call me seventh bro. Wu Jiang headed for the water curtain sky and the two avoided it while staring at Lu Yin, who was standing at the bow. Boom. There was a loud noise and countless people in the Alan domain looked up to see a shocking scene. The water curtain sky that had stood tall in the Alan domain for countless years had been split in two by Wu Jiang. Due to the attraction of Alan's spacetime to the soil of the water-curtained sky, the fragments did not fall. However, the water that existed in the water-curtained sky scattered in all directions, causing a heavy rain to fall on the Alan domain. Wujiang crashed into the water-curtained sky in the rain, and many pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent stared at Lu Yin from behind the rain. Lu Yin turned around and walked into Wujiang, completely ignoring the murderous intent. Kill. Someone could not help but attack. It was a powerhouse from the sequence laws, and his sequence particles soared into the air and spread towards Wujiang. Powerhouses attacked from all directions, and the most eye-catching of all were 3 violent and terrifying auras that accompanied their enormous bodies. They exploded from 3 different directions and attacked Wujiang at the same time. Not only did they want to deal with the people on Wujiang, but they also wanted to destroy Wujiang. Within Wujiang, Ba Luiyao and the others were deathly pale as they stared blankly at the sharp claws descending from the sky. What a terrifying powerhouse! Kai Jun was shocked and stunned. He had never encountered such a terrifying aura in his life. Kai Jun watched the claws descend, but his gaze was very calm. Old Tao raised his head. It was another old fellow from the Myriad Beasts border. As expected of one of the few organizations in the 36 domains that could rival the Divine Driving Mountain and the School of Arts. They had many hidden powerhouses. 2 of the 3 old fellows were from the sequence laws, and one of them had broken through to the primordial realm and cultivated the 6th-ranked God's Radiance. The God's Radiance caused the terrifying beast to grow even taller, and a human figure appeared behind it. It was clearly a beast, but a human had appeared behind the God's Radiance. No one was unfamiliar with this person. 2 of the 7 great mulberry skies had spiritualized beasts. One was Meng Sang and the other was this human figure, Wu Huang. Not many people knew what kind of beast form sovereign Wu Huang was. He always appeared in his human form, which was his appearance before he shed his spirit. However, everyone knew that he was a beast form sovereign Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang was the ruler of the 10,000 beasts border, and he was currently in the consciousness universe. It was normal for the experts of the 10,000 beasts border to cultivate the divine reflection art. Meanwhile, the peerless emperor that came out of the divine reflection was aimed at Boundless. He raised his palm and pressed down. The peerless emperor's ultimate battle skill, lifeless destruction. Many people were familiar with this expert and they had also heard of his legend. Although he had failed in the competition for Sang Tian's position, his strength was very close to Sang Tian's, surpassing the death of 3 heads. He should be able to lead to a battle of the origin. At this moment, Limitless was locked in place. 3 colossal figures had made their move. In addition, there was Limitless Emperor who had appeared from nowhere, as well as the Sequence Law powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Countless people were looking forward to Limitless destruction. The origin was Sang Tian, who was extremely powerful, but could he block so many attacks? Just the 3 old fellows from the land of myriad beasts were enough to make Yuanqi suffer. The radiant god was a law of sequence, but it was used by a primordial realm expert. The other 2 old fellows did not use any laws of sequence, so they could not approach him. This encirclement would allow them to see through Wujiang at the very least. Lu Yin walked towards the rain observatory step by step. 3 figures charged out towards the 3 colossal figures. They were Su Wang, the strength beast, and the star toad. The star toad was aggrieved, but there was nothing it could do. Since Lu Yin wanted it to take action, it had to take action. Charging out of Wujiang, Su Wang swung its tail at the colossal beast to its left, while the strength beast threw a punch at the colossal beast to its right. The primordial realm beast that had used the divine reflection art and the sovereign Wu Huang's battle technique, end of life and destruction, was targeted by the star toad. Since it had taken action, it obviously had to pick the most powerful one. That was the only way to show off, and only it could deal with a primordial realm expert. Bang! 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 3 loud sounds rang out, and blood mixed with the rain from the water-curtained sky, splattering across the Alan region. Countless people stared at the sky blankly. Who was it? Why had it turned scarlet? The 3 colossal figures fell from the sky, crushing mountains, overturning seas, and shaking up the entire Alan region. Lu Yin sat back down and raised his head, his gaze deep. Chapter 34-37. Huang and Force Beasts represented the limits of the Heaven's Origin universe. Even Hongyan Mavis of the 3 realms 6 Daos could not defeat them in terms of strength. Hongyan Mavis was at the peak of the law sequence, and she could challenge primordial realm experts from the three realms' 6 Daos. Huang and Force beasts were not a problem for them to deal with 2 law sequence beasts. They could break through everything with brute force. As for the Star Toad, it was even less of a problem as it was a bitter calamity realm expert. After dealing with the 3 spirit-molted beasts and the hidden expert, the Star Toad waved his hand. The golden staff was raised high into the air and swept out in all directions, scattering all of the law sequence beasts that attacked Boundless. Boundless slowly passed through the shattered water curtain space. When the water completely fell onto the Allen region, light illuminated Boundless from above. The Celestial had returned, his clothes stained with blood, but his expression was calm. The battle had ended very quickly, but it had not been easy for him. He had traded his life for another, as his opponent was a spiritualized law sequence cultivator. Fortunately, the Celestial had a combination of the triumphant battle technique and the law sequence, so trading life for life was most suitable for him. Lu Yin stood up and stretched. Collect the corpses. Second Anima walked out and collected the corpses of the law sequence experts. On the other side of the shattered water curtain space, the 2 law sequence cultivators from the Allen region were stunned. The spirit-molted beasts from the Myriad Beasts territory had fallen right in front of their eyes, and the Celestial had killed them all. That person bathed in golden light was undying. Was this the strength of the Dayu Villa? Was this the strength of the Origins Xianxia, who had rebelled against the realm beyond heaven? Xianxia had yet to make a move, so they still could not see Boundless' true strength. Ba Lu and the others were indescribably shocked. Even though they had seen the battle at the border and that battle had been even crueler, this battle was just too dazzling. Even the rain was dyed red. Boundless was just too powerful, and they knew very well that there were still many people who had yet to make a move. The third boss in particular claimed to be the third boss, but in reality everyone had to listen to him. He was the true master of the ship and no one knew just how powerful he was. In the water curtain space beneath the shattered soil, a man patted the mud off his body. He watched as Boundless left bathed in light inside. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't enter the dream, or else he would have died without a doubt. There was definitely an even more terrifying expert hidden in the Boundless realm. It was rumored that even Yu Sangtian was afraid of Primordial Sangtian's Dao Bell. It was not without reason. Primordial Sangtian had not made a move yet. He was probably waiting for Yu Sangtian. Yu Sangtian did not make a move. Perhaps he was also afraid of Primordial Sangtian. If these 2 really fought, the remaining cultivators of the spiritualized universe might not be able to take down Wujiang. Those cultivators were not united. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Fortunately. When the news of Shui Liankong's battle spread out, it shook the spiritualized universe. They did not know that there was an even more intense battle at the border. The result of this battle was already shocking. The Radiant Stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border had once competed for Sang Tian's position. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been much weaker than Sang Tian. However, according to the news, Sang Tian hadn't done anything. It was a toad that killed the Spirit Stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border. Toad? No one believed it. They all thought they had seen wrongly. Sang Tian must have taken action secretly. Otherwise, how could a toad kill a spiritual prime? What kind of joke was this? Unless the toad was also a spiritually molted beast. No one had ever heard of Sang Tian befriending a spiritually molted beast. However, the battle in Shui Liankong had strengthened many people's confidence. The Dayu Mountain Villa definitely had a strength that was difficult to detect. One by one they headed towards Boundless. Those who had been chasing after Boundless were getting further and further away, as they were afraid that Boundless wouldn't be able to catch up. Their spirits were dampened. They were all afraid of Boundless. Even if the words on the banner were dazzling, they did not dare to be impudent. Before Boundless had even left the Allen domain, someone had already chased after it and requested to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Lu Yin was interested and he allowed the person to ascend Boundless. The person was excited as he had actually managed to ascend to Boundless. This was a place that not even those who controlled the laws of the universe could reach. When he arrived at Boundless, he saw many people and sensed many unfathomable auras. He tried his best to make himself appear less fearful. He arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed. "I'm Sherbei. Greetings, Third Master." Lu Yin sized up Sherbei. You're so young but you're already at the spiritual wander realm. Not bad. The spiritual wander realm was equivalent to an enlighter in the Tianyuan universe. This person's age was about the same as Hai Chichi's, which meant that his cultivation was not bad. Sherbei respectfully replied, I'm still far from third master's level. Thank you for the compliment. The surrounding people had strange looks. Compared to Lu Yin, Sherbei did not know Lu Yin's strength, and he had only speculated based on common sense. Lu Yin had not obtained the position of third master through his own strength, but rather through his connections with the primordial origin. Regardless of Lu Yin's strength, flattery was the right thing to do. Lu Yin raised a brow. Why did you join the Dayu Mountain Villa? Sherbei respectfully replied, I believe that my talent is passable, and I'm willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa as third master to serve the primordial origin. Lu Yin frowned. That's it. Sherbei was stunned. This tone was not right. Shouldn't they be happy? Someone was willing to take the risk of offending the realm beyond heaven and even the entire spiritualized universe to join them, so the Dayu Mountain Villa should be happy. This meant that their strength had been recognized. That's it, that's it. Lu Yin stared at Sherbei. No grievances? Sherbei was confused. Grievances? Should I? You should. I don't. Has your life been smooth sailing? I'm just a wandering cultivator. I don't offend anyone and I don't have many opportunities. However, my talent is not bad and I once competed for a spot to enter the Tianyuan universe. I almost succeeded. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and threw Sherbei out of Boundless. What a joke. How could one be qualified to ascend Boundless without any grievances? He was here to cause trouble, not to take in disciples. Sherbei was stunned. Why had he been thrown out? Had he said something wrong? Why had he been thrown out? No grievances. Have you had a smooth sailing life? Lu Yin's words kept ringing in Sherbei's ears. This was the first time in his life that he had felt humiliated. He had indeed lived a good life because his talent was passable, and he did not offend anyone. Now, however, he had developed a strong grudge against Boundless. This guy was definitely a good-for-nothing who did not know how to cherish talents. Sherbei should have met the primordial origin. Someone appeared in front of him and grabbed Sherbei away. He was one of the few people who had been able to ascend Boundless and come out safely. Naturally, there were people who wanted to understand Boundless through him. This incident reminded many people that they wanted to understand Boundless. Why did they have to use force? Since the Dayu Villa was recruiting people, it was entirely possible for them to join. The primordial origins people were very powerful, but they could not see through people's hearts. At this thought, many people began to rack their brains. Large organizations were very efficient. Boundless had just left the Alan domain and was slowly traveling through space when people wanted to join. Lu Yin looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Why do you want to join the Dayu Villa? The girl was a stunner, at least to most men. Although she was not as beautiful as Kai Yuqing, she had a seductive temperament that was irresistible. She also had an extremely alluring fragrance. There was a scream as the girl was thrown out of Boundless, just like Sherbei. Not long after, more people requested to join the Dayu Villa. They came from various organizations and they used various methods and excuses to join. Some of them used tragic backgrounds or persecution as reasons to join, but none of them succeeded. What's going on? You can't even join with your background? Some people did not understand. They had learned from Sherbei that the third master required people with grievances to join. You want grievances? Simple. They found people who had been wronged, but none of them could join. Some of them were even more wronged than the geniuses. They were as miserable as they could be, but they could not join. After summarizing these people's situations, they realized that the third master would do something. He flicked his finger. What did this have to do with joining the Dayu Villa? No one understood. Lu Yin was very relaxed and even happy. Why? Of course, it was because of the people who were constantly trying to join the Dayu Villa. Actually, killing them directly would deter them and make it impossible for them to plant people here, the primordial origin said. Lu Yin smiled. Don't you think it's interesting? The primordial origin did not understand, but he did not say anything. He only felt that it was a waste of time. To Lu Yin, it was not a waste of time at all. Everyone who wanted to join the Dayu Villa, regardless of whether they were ordered by someone or wanted to join wholeheartedly, could try the self-illuminating heavens technique. Although he had created this technique, it was still very unfamiliar to him. He needed to constantly try and cultivate it. This was the only cultivation method that Xianxia and Grandmaster Greengrass were afraid of. It was the technique that Lu Yin wanted to cultivate the most. Karma could lead one to eternal life. How could he be careless? In comparison, it was quite interesting to see those people trying to join the Daoist villa. It was more interesting than fishing. There were indeed some people who had been wronged, but their grievances were too small. Lu Yin was only looking for trouble, not helping the spiritualized universe purge the sinister. It would be better if it was a big one. Along the way to the 100 Herbs region, there was a constant stream of people trying to join the Daoist villa. Since Lu Yin didn't kill anyone, there was a chance that they would be able to enter. Lu Yin did not tire of using these people to test out karma, and both sides tacitly agreed to be at peace. It was just that the words on the flag were too eye-catching. Wu Jiang left Aolin Domain and left an eternal legend in Aolin Domain. As long as people couldn't leave Aolin Domain, they would never forget the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Beast form, spirit molt, corpses as big as mountains, blood as big as seas. The days of continuous sailing were not so boring, and various powers were trying to squeeze people into Wu Jiang. Lu Yin was never tired of it, and Wu Jiang was more lively than anywhere else. People were constantly entering and leaving. Some of the bolder ones even wanted to sneak in, but they would definitely be discovered. No matter how big Wu Jiang was, it could not compare to primordial origins senses. However, they wanted to test the Daoist villa's bottom line, and those who wanted to sneak in were prepared to die. Their goal was to find out just how many experts the Daoist villa had. In the end, they found that there were many of them, and it was terrifying. Chapter 34-38. The user of the black energy source was equivalent to the spirit progenitor, the disaster expedition, the Tianyuan army, the mechas, and so on. These people didn't really sneak into Boundless Realm, but what they saw when they tried to sneak in already made the outside world scratch their heads in confusion. Many people said different things, but if all these differences were combined together, then it was terrifying. The Daoist villa had become a monster that occupied the spiritualized universe. He's here too. Old Tao was surprised. Lu Yin casually threw out the man who thought that he had some talent and had an unruly temperament. Who is it? Prince Yu, as in stupid. Lu Yin was surprised. Nickname? Old Tao nodded. Lu Yin laughed. You have a personality. Old Tao was solemn. Prince Yu is from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Third Master should have heard of him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Wisdom Sky Domain? Now that was interesting. The Wisdom Sky Domain was one of the 36 domains of the spiritualized universe. Compared to the divine ruling mountain and the myriad beast territory, not many people knew about the Wisdom Sky Domain. Even the spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know much about the Wisdom Sky Domain. However, Yu Sangtian had determined that no Sangtian would be allowed to appear in the Wisdom Sky Domain. It was not that the Wisdom Sky Domain could not be reached, but that it was not allowed. If the spiritualized universe was a timeline, then the Imperial Mulberry Sky, the 7 major Mulberry Skies, the Sequence Foundation, the Sequence Method, and so on were all embellishments to this timeline. Then, the Wisdom Space Domain was the origin of this timeline. Like the Supreme Pole, it belonged to a certain extreme of the spiritualized universe. The Supreme Pole represented the extremes of the spiritualized universe's cultivation and battle prowess. The Wisdom Sky Domain set the spiritualized universe's future. Whether it was the Unified Cultivation Method or the Sequence Foundation, all of these ideas came from the Wisdom Sky Domain. There was a saying among the spiritualized universe's upper echelons: the Wisdom Sky Domain is an era ahead. The Wisdom Sky Domain had never produced any shocking powerhouses, but the spiritualized universe's future was inseparable from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Currently, the spiritualized universe's resources were distributed and its development direction was inseparable from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Yu Sangtian did not care about the 7 great Sangtians teaming up, but they cared about the Wisdom Sky Domain. The Wisdom Sky Domain was like another spiritualized universe's Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin had learned about the Wisdom Sky Domain, and it was one of the places that he had to go. He didn't expect that someone from the Zhikong Domain would come ahead of time. In the tributary of the Long River of Time, Wang Wen formulated a plan to deal with the spiritualized universe and proposed a plan to attack it. He once said that the spiritualized universe would definitely have extremely intelligent people, but such people would also be drowned in the consciousness of the spiritualized universe's civilization. At that time Lu Yin had agreed. However, the premise was that such a person was under the civilization consciousness. The intelligence space domain, on the other hand, was above the spiritualized universe's consciousness. It could even be said that the spiritualized universe's consciousness came from the intelligence space domain. The cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe was created by the intelligence void region. If the wisdom sky domain had truly transcended the current era, then they would have been able to see the disadvantages that existed in the war against the Tianyuan universe. However, in the tributary of the River of Time, the first batch of spiritualized cultivators who had invaded the Tianyuan universe had been defeated. They had been defeated by Lu Yin, but they had also been defeated by their battle strategy. This made Lu Yin unable to understand the Intellivision region. If the Intellivision region could clearly see the differences between the cultivation cultures of the two universes, then why hadn't they warned those people? Or was the Intellicong domain overestimated? Or perhaps they had other plans. If it was any other plan, the only one Lu Yin could think of was Xianxia. The intelligence space domain had created the spiritualized universe's cultivation model to control the future of the civilization consciousness, but they could not control Xianxia. Xianxia's refusal to allow Xianxia to appear in the intelligence space domain was proof of this. If Lu Yin was someone from the intelligence space domain, then Xianxia was an uncertain factor that should be resolved. A spiritualized universe could only move in one direction if the ultimate extremity did not appear. Right now it felt like a person's brain and body had been separated. The body wanted to go left, but the brain wanted to go right. With this thought in mind, Xianxia stepped onto Boundless and walked towards Lu Yin. This person had an ordinary appearance and temperament, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. As he walked on Boundless, every step he took seemed to have been precisely calculated. Every step he took was steady and confident, which represented the strength of his heart. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and suddenly released his pressure, which swept towards him. However, Xianxia seemed to be able to predict it in advance. The moment the pressure descended, his step did not stop. Just like before, he landed at the exact same time, at the exact same distance, and with the exact same expression. Lu Yin raised his brows. Xianxia had predicted that Lu Yin would release his pressure and had prepared in advance. His pressure increased sharply. Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yin. "I overestimated you." Lu Yin smiled faintly. "Oh? What do you mean?" Xianxia shook his head. "Using strength to suppress others, you are no different from Xianxia." Lu Yin was surprised. "Are you comparing me to Xianxia? You overestimate me. I am only the third head and the first head is Yuanqi." Xianxia stared at Lu Yin. "Are you from the Tianyuan universe?" Lu Yin did not refute. Xianxia has sealed off the news about this matter. Seems like my guess is correct. Then allow me to guess again. He has been to the Tianyuan universe, right? Xianxia continued. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not refute. Yes, but also no. Xianxia had indeed been to the Tianyuan universe, but that was in a tributary of the Time River and not the mainstream. Xianxia took a step forward and walked towards Lu Yin again. Lu Yin sat there calmly and just looked at him. Not many people in the spiritualized universe knew about the intelligence space domain, but the major forces that were watching Boundless definitely knew something. Although Xianxia was not recognized by most people, he was treated with respect by the major forces. Since he had boarded Boundless, he represented the intelligence space domain, and everyone was waiting for the results. They also did not know why Xianxia had boarded Boundless. Xianxia stopped 10 meters away from Lu Yin and sized him up. He then looked up and scanned the surroundings. There must be an existence on this warship that is comparable to Xianxia. He is the master of the Tianyuan universe, and regardless of whether it is you or Yuanqi, you are all controlled by this person. Old Tao stood behind Lu Yin and sized up Xianxia. There were very few people from the intelligence space domain, and each of them had unparalleled wisdom and could see through the situation. What he said was not wrong. The outside world believed that the master of the Daoist villa was Yuanqi, but only this person could see that Yuanqi had no choice. Yuanqi had also guessed that this warship had come from the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia's gaze landed on Lu Yin again. You should be the descendant of that existence. Seems like Xianxia is the master of the Dayou Villa, but it is actually you. Let me guess. On the surface, you seem to have reached some sort of agreement with Xianxia, but in reality, you've been tricked by him. You've been forced to come from the Tianyuan universe. You've been forced into a passive position, but you can't do anything to him. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but clap. So these are the people from the Zhikong domain. Amazing, amazing. Young Master Yu's expression was calm as he said, I can see through every single one of your actions. Now that you want to do the opposite, you want to make me mistakenly think that I have guessed wrongly. In fact, you have only strengthened my guesses. Xianxia has already suppressed the Tianyuan universe. You will all be buried by him. The battle at the border has already caused the grand entirety domain to be defeated. This is only his first step. Tell me, what has he grasped? I can help you. Otherwise, you won't have a good end. Lu Yin was truly impressed by this young Master Yu. In a situation where he didn't have any information, he had already guessed almost half of the truth. He had indeed been grasped by Xianxia, and he had no choice but to come from the Tianyuan universe. His identity was also that of the primogenitor's descendant. Aside from the fact that the primogenitor didn't control the Tianyuan universe, no one could have guessed his own rise. During the battle at the border, they had indeed been used by Xianxia to bury the grand entirety domain. They would still be used by Xianxia in the future, and this was something that couldn't be changed. Under normal circumstances, this person should have guessed 90% of the truth. In the distance, Su Wangtian dug his nose and stared at young Master Yu. The more intelligent a person was, the more likely they would have a bad end. Lu Yin stood up and walked towards young Master Yu. Young Master Yu looked at him calmly. He was extremely confident in his own guesses, and this was the confidence that had been acknowledged by the Zhikong domain. I heard that the successor of the Zhikong domain has a ball. Let me see, Lu Yin said, completely different from the previous topic. Young Master Yu raised his hand and there was a black ball in his hand. It was pitch black and it seemed as if all light had been sucked into it. There was nothing else other than black. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the ball and examined it. Twinning. Young Master Yu's gaze turned cold and he looked at Lu Yin. Did Xianxia tell you this? Lu Yin looked at the black ball and said as he walked, there are two successors of the Zhikong domain, the overt one and the covert one. The overt one walks the world and holds the twin yin, while the covert one is hard to know. He holds the twin yang, and the covert one is said to be the true successor of the Zhikong domain. He has seen the world through the overt one, yet he sits alone outside of the world. Young Master Yu laughed. You only know one but you don't know the other. It seems so, but if you don't personally walk the world, you won't be able to understand the prosperity of the world. Does he really think that he has transcended just because he sits alone outside of the world? What a joke. Compared to me, he will always lack the experience of the world. What about you? After walking the world, can you still sit alone outside of the world? Lu Yin asked. Young Master Yu said, there is no need to sit alone outside of the world. Everyone is in the world, so what is outside? What is inside? It is just where the heart is. Once you see through the heart, you will be able to transcend. Lu Yin casually threw the black ball to young Master Yu. Well said. Those who think that they have transcended will never be able to transcend, but you are far from reaching this realm. He sat down again and looked at young Master Yu. You are very smart and you are worthy of your identity as the overt successor of the Zhikong domain. However, if you want to cooperate with us, you need to be smart. You want to use us to experience some kind of change in the world, but we are not your chess pieces. Young Master Yu was surprised, and only then did he look at Lu Yin seriously. This person actually saw through his goal. His performance just now would make ordinary people think that the Zhikong domain was dissatisfied with Xianxia and wanted to do something. In fact, ever since Xianxia didn't allow the Zhikong domain to become Xianxia, the Zhikong domain had deliberately created this illusion of opposition. Everyone in the spiritualized universe who understood the Zhikong domain thought so, including the Xianxia. However, his real goal was to create a change in the world so that he could see the changes clearly, deduce the changes, surpass the covert one, see through the era of the spiritualized universe, and finally become the successor of the Zhikong domain. Chapter 34-39. As for Xianxia, he was just a ripple in the timeline. He could not achieve eternal life. In this timeline Xianxia would change but Shikong domain would never change. Whether or not he became Xiantian was meaningless. Lu Yin shook his head. It seems like you're not ready yet. Maybe I should wait for that secret messenger. He might be able to give me a pleasant surprise. He then waved his hand and threw the foolish prince out of the boundless void. Yu Gongzi had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive and throw him out just like that. He had guessed the truth correctly. It was fine if this person didn't kill him, but he actually threw him out without any hesitation. This was something he had never imagined. Even if he had to leave Wujiang, he should have walked out on his own. He didn't need temperament, but he couldn't be humiliated like this. Falling through the heavens, Yu Gongzi looked towards the boundless universe. He did not see the primordial origin, nor did he see the true ruler of the Tianyuan universe, the person who could rival Yusang Tian. However, Lu Yin had left a deep impression in his mind. This person was definitely not someone who liked beauty and was overbearing. His vision was definitely not bad. Above boundless, old Tao hadn't expected Lu Yin to throw the foolish prince out like that. No matter how he looked at it, the two of them seemed to appreciate each other. He's too purposeful and he's neglected the fact that he doesn't have the qualifications to talk to us about anything. I'm actually looking forward to that secret transmission, Lu Yin said indifferently. Yuanqi appeared. The wisdom void domain has always been dominated by covert communication, with overt communication as a supplement. After countless years, the overt communication has tried everything to turn the situation around, but to no avail. This person is extremely intelligent and he truly isn't afraid of death. He also has no respect for Yusang Tian. His intelligence, willpower and spirit are all excellent. It's just that he lacks power, Lu Yin commented. Normally speaking, the secret transmission won't come out. Since the boundless border is so eye-catching, the secret transmission won't come. Old Tao said. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Aren't we almost at the 100 Herbs realm? When the time comes, we'll set a rule and fully open the 100 Herbs dimension. The seeds of the 100 Herbs realm can't be given to anyone, not even your own son. They'll belong to whoever finds them. Old Tao was speechless. He didn't care about his reputation at all. A single sentence from Yushan had caused the 100 Herb region to decline, and Lu Yin was standing at the very bottom of that peak. He had directly overturned the entire region and he didn't care at all. Stillwater? That was a good idea. No one dared to go against the rigid rules. The infamy brought about by the situation created by Yushan was borne by Dayu Manor alone. To be exact, it was borne by Yuanqu alone. After Yuanqi left, he knew he was going to be scolded again. Yu Gongzi being thrown out of Boundless Border caused quite a stir. However, compared to Boundless Border's violation of the law, this stir was negligible. They were not far from the 100 Herbs region. Half a month later they crossed a region. The next region was the 100 Grass region. Lu Yin stretched lazily. They were finally about to reach their destination. Another person wanted to join the Dayu Villa, and Lu Yin continued to meet them. The karma of the self-illumination technique required an opportunity to break through. Not long after, a corpse floated in the starry sky, making many people quiet down. This person had just ascended the boundless mountain and was about to join the Dayu Villa. But when he came out he was already a corpse. This was the first time Wujiang had killed someone who wanted to join Dayu Manor. Before this, the various great powers all sent people over, some of them brazenly carrying objectives easily seen through. At most they were thrown out. Wujiang didn't kill them. Only this person was killed. Suddenly another piece of news arrived. The power that had sent this person to monitor Wujiang had been killed. A ray of sword light had come from Wujiang and it was unstoppable. Not only had the person who had ascended the boundless mountain been killed, even the person who had been sent there had been killed. Why had everyone who had gone out been killed? This result made others not dare to continue sending people to ascend the boundless mountain. The genius walked out and faced the starry sky. The Dayu Villa doesn't care about the past, only good and evil. This person's evil is rarely seen in the world and everyone has the right to punish him. With that he returned. Countless gazes fell on the corpse and many people began to investigate. The Dayu Villa considered evil, so they had to be careful to prevent sending out similar people. At the same time they had a new understanding of the Dayu Villa. Only good and evil? Since when had Sang Tian been so kind? Not long after, that person's evil deeds were exposed. Even though the world of cultivation was cruel, This person's evil deeds still angered many as they had crossed the bottom line. Above Wujiang, Lu Yin was in a gloomy mood. That person's evil deeds were unbearable, and this was only what he had seen. In fact, there were too many such evil deeds in the universe, and he had never planned to do anything about it. However, he still felt depressed, perhaps because of the promise he had made in the Tianyuan universe. It was harder to guide people to good than to ascend to the heavens. Some distance away from Wujiang, some people looked anxious as they continuously rushed towards it. There were also people chasing after them. Because there were too many powers watching Wujiang from all directions, someone had long since seen this scene. The person being chased felt his heart sink as he was afraid that he would be delayed. Once he was delayed, he would not be able to approach Wujiang. However, not only did the people around him not delay him, they even helped him obstruct the person chasing after him, which puzzled him. That was one thing, but his goal was to join the Dayou Villa. The Dayou Villa had once said that it could protect anyone regardless of good or evil. This person needed protection. The surrounding powers also wanted to see who could join the Dayou Villa, and so far only Ba Lu Yao and the genius had succeeded. My name is Yu Block and I request to join the Dayou Villa. Behind him, the person chasing him hurriedly stopped and looked at Wujiang in shock. This was Wujiang, the existence that caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to view him as an enemy, but they could not do anything about it. In the Battle of Water Curtain Sky in the Alan region, the 10,000 Beasts Borders Alliance of Sequence Laws experts were all buried. Only 3 giant beasts had attacked. That was all. Above them, there was an expert at Sang Tian's level. They wanted to retreat, but their escape route was blocked by the people around them. They wanted to see if the Dayou Villa would accept Yu Block. Yu Block was also forced into a corner. He and the people chasing after him had accidentally entered a spatial rift. They came from a sect a long time ago and obtained that sect's cultivation techniques and resources. He had also obtained that sect's battle techniques, so he was being chased by everyone. He had been chased for many years, and no matter where he fled, that group of people would find him. The powers behind that group of people were tangled and complicated. Although he had a family background, his family background was far inferior to those people, so he could only escape. Now that he had nowhere to go, he came after hearing about the Dayou Villa. It was a desperate attempt. Yu Block anxiously waited for Wujiang's response. The people chasing after him looked at each other. They could not retreat, but if they advanced, it was Wujiang who could kill them in an instant. They could only watch helplessly. Unless Wujiang did not interfere, Yu Block would not be able to escape. Come in. Yu Block was overjoyed and quickly boarded Wujiang. Everyone looked on, waiting for the result. The group of people chasing after Yu Hai turned pale. They didn't want to fight against Wujiang. Soon Yu Block came before Lu Yin and knelt down to beg. Yu Block requests to join the Dayou Villa. I'm willing to offer a treasure in exchange for safety. Lu Yin moved his finger and the karmic spiral pierced through Yu Block. Yu Block's eyes widened and he looked down subconsciously. There was nothing, but it felt like he had been pierced through. Was it an illusion? He did not dare to move and just knelt on the ground. Lu Yin looked up. Sure. Yu Block was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. This is the treasure I obtained. It's a battle technique. No need. Keep it for yourself. Lu Yin did not care. Yu Block was confused. But Lu Yin's lips curled up. My Dayou Villa is not recruiting for business. Since you're accepted, you can stay. Those outside can scram. Fram. The sound waves overturned the starry sky. The people chasing after Yu Block were shocked and quickly fled. Yu Block really joined the Dayou Villa. Everyone was puzzled. Why did the Dayou Villa accept Yu Block? Among the people they sent out at first, there were those who were wronged and those who were being chased, but they all rejected. This Yu Block was really being chased, so he could join. How could the people above Wujiang tell the truth? No one could answer their questions. Yu Block was confused. He only wanted to save his life, but he did not expect to keep his battle technique. The Dayou Villa did not want anything and allowed him to join. How could this be? He looked up and saw the flag fluttering. The 17 words made him shudder. Now that he came back to his senses, he realized what kind of force he had joined. This was heaven-defying. He smiled bitterly. So what if it was heaven-defying? As a dying man, he could only rely on this to survive. From now on, he could only take one step at a time. A month later, Wujiang arrived at the 100 Herb domain. Looking down at the 100 Herbs region, Yuanqi sighed. The The 100 Herbs region used to be so prosperous. There were people everywhere. The queue to enter the 100 Herbs region was so long that it stretched endlessly. Now it has become like this. Old Tao said, the 100 Herb domain exists in name only. If not for the 100 Herb domain being helpful to cultivators, it would have been replaced long ago. Now, anyone who is willing can enter the 100 Herb domain to look for herbs, but not many people go. By the way, Yushan is here. Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't he climb to Yusang's sky by stepping on the 100 Herb domain? Why is he still here? Old Tao said, I heard that he is here but I don't know the details. Lu Yin was interested. Then I'd like to meet this Yushan. I'm afraid he won't dare to meet me. In the 100 Herb domain, Yushan walked out of the mountain stream. This person had a jade-like face and was extremely handsome, just like Kai Keqing. He had a masculine aura and the elegance of a scholar. His every move had a unique temperament, just like an immortal. Yushan was infatuated with countless women in the spiritualized universe. Coupled with his second place on the White Spirit list and his master, Xianxia, many forces were jealous of him and hoped to marry their women to him. Even the Kai family took the initiative to ask Kai Keqing to marry Yushan, but Yushan rejected them. He's finally here. There's no response from Master. I'd like to see what Yuanqi wants to do. He took a step forward and disappeared into the mountain stream, heading towards Wujiang. Yushan was not alone. Just like how Wujiang attracted many people to follow him, there were many people around Yushan as well. However, they were all women. When he moved, those women followed him. Chapter 34-40. No matter where one went, there was no lack of obsession with beauty. Yushan was a man that countless women in the spiritualized universe would fall head over heels for. He was gentle to all of them, and just like his name, Yushan was unparalleled. Boundless slowly sailed through 100 Grass region, deliberately slowing down as Lu Yin wanted to take a look around. Not long after, he looked in a certain direction where the void distorted and Yushan walked out. He bowed to Boundless. Junior Yushan greets Senior Primal Origin. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. He really dared to come. Had Xianxia not warned him? Or was this person just too daring? You're Yushan? Lu Yin asked, standing at the bow of the ship and facing Yushan. Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Who are you? Seventh Bro, the third master of Dayu Villa. Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Who are you to Senior Primal Origin? Lu Yin was amused. Looks like you came without knowing anything. Didn't Xianxia tell you? Yushan spoke clearly. Since ancient times, etiquette cannot be ignored. Please respect me and address me as Lord Xianxia. Lu Yin smiled. He's not qualified. Yushan shook his head. No matter how Senior Primal Origin views the spiritualized universe, even if you're my master's enemy, there should still be respect between us. Your rudeness shows your lack of upbringing and arrogance. You will pay the price. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I will pay the price, but neither you nor your master are qualified to make me pay. Dayu Villa has taken in a taboo offender, and it seems that your character matches yours. I have nothing else to say, so please come out and meet me, Senior Primal Origin, Yushan said loudly. Lu Yin stopped looking at him and calmly looked towards 100 Grass region. Boundless slowly sailed past Yushan, but no one paid any attention to it. Behind Yushan, many women appeared. Some traveled through the void on their own, while others were accompanied by experts. All of them looked at Yushan excitedly. Lu Yin saw this and thought of Ling Quebec. Could this guy be another Ling Ke? That shouldn't be. Ling Ke was a hired woman, and some of the women behind him had high cultivations. They were definitely elite geniuses. Yushan was ranked second on the White Soul list and Xianxia's disciple. His face was like jade and he was peerless. Junior Yushan's name is Primal Origin. Yushan's voice came to Boundless. Wujiang didn't respond and continued to sail. Yushan's silhouette flickered as he appeared in front of Wujiang. Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Limitless continued to sail. Lu Yin looked straight ahead. Yushan continued. Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? For more than 10 days, Yushan had no intention of giving up. His attitude and voice did not change at all. He was not angry at all. On the other hand, the group of women who supported him scolded Wujiang and even scolded Yuanqi. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, The people of the various great powers exclaimed in admiration. As expected of Yushan Peerless, this kind of bearing makes people sigh in admiration. Compared to him, the original Xianxia is stingy. That's right. He doesn't even dare to meet a junior. He is no longer Xianxia. Lord Yu Xianxia is in seclusion and has yet to come out. Once he comes out, he will definitely strip Xianxia of his position. However, this Daoist mountain villa is extremely powerful. Even without Xianxia's position, no one in the spiritualized universe can deal with it unless Lord Yu Xianxia takes action. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Within Wujiang, Ba Lu, Kaijun and the others opened their eyes. The second on the white spirit list was following them just like that. Old Tao had a headache. There were more and more important people and this did not match his low-profile style. Kai Keqing looked to the right. Yushan Kaijun's family had tried to marry her off to Yushan. Was this the person? He was very gentlemanly. Primordial Origin calmly waited within Wujiang. Without Lu Yin's permission, even Yu Xianxia would not meet him, let alone Yushan. Yushan could endure it and continued to follow Wujiang, but the others could not. An old woman led a woman in front of Wujiang and scolded, "How dare you, Primordial Origin? Brother Yushan has asked to meet you so many times, but you have ignored him. This is too much." Lu Yin's gaze landed on the old woman beside the woman. She was actually a spirit progenitor. This woman had an extraordinary background. However, compared to them she was just SOSO. "Little Yin, go back," Yushan said. The woman gritted her teeth. "Brother Yushan, they are too rude. I will teach them a lesson." Beside her, the old woman's face was pale and sweat dripped from her forehead. She resisted the urge to drag the woman away and advised softly, "Miss, go back. We cannot afford to offend Wujiang. Even the sect cannot afford to offend him." The woman did not care. "What are you afraid of? We have so many sisters. No matter how strong Wujiang is, he can't kill us all. Sisters, come out." Around them, women appeared and blocked Wujiang's path. "Primordial Origin, listen up. You must meet Brother Yushan today or we will not let you off." "That's right. Do you know how many domains we sisters represent? Back then even Yi Xianxia was polite to us. Primordial Origin is about to be stripped of his position. What right does he have? Come out. Come out." The people following Wujiang were watching the show. These ladies were not to be trifled with. After all, to be able to follow Yushan and know his whereabouts, they must have some backing. Especially since they were focused on Yushan, they did not understand the outside world and did not know how terrifying Wujiang was. Now it was up to Wujiang to deal with them. With these women in front of him, if Wujiang crashed into them, there would be a river of blood. Yushan kept telling the women to leave, but the more he persuaded, the more they refused to leave. Lu Yin watched as they cursed with righteous indignation. They were all people who were immersed in their beautiful fantasies. They should pay the price, but not to the extent of losing their lives. Lu Yin curled his finger. The toad walked out unwillingly. "Go toad." The toad grinned, wanting to emphasize that it was a toad, but Lu Yin's cold gaze made it endure. If it could not vent on Lu Yin, then it would have to deal with them. The next moment, the toad leapt out of Wujiang and charged towards the group of women. Ah dash! There was a scream as one of the women turned pale and fled in fear. "Toad, there's a toad. Ah dash! Help! Granny, take me away. Brother Yushan, there's a toad, a toad." Ah dash! In just an instant, all the women that obstructed Wujiang's path were terrified away. All of them seemed to have lost their souls, and their countenances were ghastly pale. There was almost no woman who was not afraid of toads, whether they were normal people or cultivators. The more they liked beautiful things such as Yushan, the more they would be afraid of disgusting creatures like toads. Although these women's reactions were within expectations, the toad was still unhappy. Was it that disgusting? His pride was hurt. Great-grandmother had clearly said that it was cute. The crowd was speechless. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Was this even possible? Kai Keqing's expression changed slightly. She was disgusted as well, but when she thought about that toad landing on her body, she immediately went into seclusion. However, this Daoist villa was not as cruel as she had imagined. Yushan was stunned as well. There was such a method. He looked deeply at Lu Yin, who smiled at him and continued sailing. To deal with someone like Yushan, one had to be down to earth. The more down-to-earth one was, the more helpless one would be. What that group of girls brought was nothing more than a farce, but it put Zhou Xian in an awkward position. That group of girls was after all standing up for him. Now that they were scared off, if he didn't do anything, the constellation he had constructed earlier would collapse. He stepped forward and stood in front of Wu Jiang, looking at Lu Yin. If Senior did not wish to see me, I could have waited. Even if it took 100 years or 1,000 years, I could have waited. But those girls just now were innocent. They were just a little anxious, and Senior used despicable methods to scare them. This will leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives. I cannot tolerate such shamelessness. Please give me an explanation. Wu Jiang, Dayu Manor, please give me an explanation. Wu Jiang ignored him and charged towards Zhou Xian. It was not polite to him at all. Zhou Xian's gaze turned cold and he raised his hand to strike Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang trembled, the huge force causing everyone to look askance. Even Lu Yin was shocked. What strength? This person looked refined, but he actually walked the path of strength. Interesting. Zhou Xian blocked Wu Jiang, wanting to stop it. Countless eyes watched. Zhou Xian alone could not stop Wu Jiang, but behind him was Xianxia. Would Yuanqi really dare to do anything to this person? If you want to ascend, Wu Jiang, join Dayu Villa or enter yourself. Lu Yin looked down at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at him. Enter yourself? I'm standing here. If you have the ability, enter yourself. This is the rule of the cultivation world. If you are strong, you can enter yourself. Everyone was solemn. There were all sorts of rumors about Lu Yin in the outside world. Some said that he was Yuanqi's disciple, while others said that he was Yuanqi's direct descendant. There were even some who said that he was a great person from ancient times whose cultivation was close to Xianxia's. All sorts of rumors had made Lu Yin famous in the spiritualized universe. There were more discussions about him than about Yuanqi. On the other hand, no one talked about Old Tao. He was very ordinary, and while his cultivation was not bad, he was still ordinary. However, the fact that Old Tao would lead to Torch City was intentionally suppressed by the Grand Entirety Domain. Zhou Xian retracted his hand and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Wu Jiang slowly bumped into him and he met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm a person who uses peaceful means before resorting to force. Since Wu Jiang is so rude and won't even let an innocent girl go, then I can only fight my way in and reason with Senior Yuanqi. Lu Yin said, I have a question for you. I have a question for you as well. Do you regret the decline of the 100 Herb region? Although we lost the 100 Herb region, it showed everyone in the spiritualized universe that people can be selfless and have no regrets. Zhou Xian said righteously, at this moment I will ascend Wu Jiang. If I accidentally kill you, will it be good or bad for Yuanqi's violation of the rules? Lu Yin's lips curled up. If I die, then there won't be such a thing. Zhou Xian's eyes widened. Good. If that's the case, then even if I have to pay with my life, I will kill this matter. The spiritualized universe is surrounded by enemies and there cannot be chaos. He took a step forward and was about to ascend Wu Jiang. Chapter 34-41. Lu Yin took a step forward, causing a gust of wind to sweep out and distort the space beneath their feet. Zhou Xian was unable to step onto Limitless. If he tried, he would lose his balance and fall into a disadvantageous position. He was shocked as he had not expected Lu Yin to have such strength. He took out a fan from his cosmic ring and pointed it at Lu Yin. The fan struck the air like a boulder striking the surface, causing ripples to appear. Each ripple contained a layer of power that was very close to that of a beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. For this person to be able to do this, he would be considered extremely powerful even in the Tianyuan universe, comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Lu Yin did not underestimate this person as he was still ranked second on the White Spirit list. Although not all spiritualized universes' sequence powerhouses were on the list, the fact that he was ranked second spoke volumes. This person had the ability to challenge primordial realm powerhouses. He seemed young, but he had already cultivated for far too many years. He was not much younger than the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and the 100 Herbs realm had also been in decline for far too many years. Zhou Xian wanted to rely on this to push Lu Yin back and step onto the boundless boundary, but Lu Yin flicked his finger and similarly struck the void, causing ripples. His ripples were like dragons that pushed across the void, pushing away Zhou Xian's ripples tyrannically. This scene caused Zhou Xian's expression to change and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin actually had such strength? How could this be? This person clearly looked very young and had only cultivated for 1,000 years at most. As for Zhou Xian, he had cultivated for so many years. With the guidance of his master, he had cultivated for so many years. He had even captured creatures at the limits of spiritualized universe creatures to fight with him. How had this person done it? He no longer underestimated Lu Yin, even if he could tell that Lu Yin was only a soul progenitor. The sequence particles spread out and Zhou Xian's aura suddenly soared. A terrifying force surged from his body, pressing down on Lu Yin like an illusory pillar. Old Tao blurted out, "The 9th sequence technique, infinite strength." Yuan Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "Of the sequence arts, the 14th is limitless strength. The 9th is limitless strength. You can borrow the power of the starry sky to display limitless strength. I didn't expect this person to cultivate this sequence art. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella euro? P. Strength was Zhou Xian's foundation, but he did not know that it was also Lu Yin's foundation. Lu Yin could rely on the starry sky in his heart to repel these sequence particles, but when faced with Zhou Xian's infinite strength sequence law, he changed his mind. Repulsion? There was no need for that. Resisting head-on was the true essence of strength. He didn't believe that this person could surpass him in terms of strength just by relying on sequence laws. If he could, Hongyan Mavis wouldn't have lost to the power beast in terms of strength. As the sequence particles erupted, Zhou Xian was a meter away from boundless void. The pillar of strength pressed down fiercely. Lu Yin raised a hand, his palm facing the sky. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed coldly. Courting death. Boom, however, the expected tremors did not occur. Lu Yin used a single palm to block Zhou Xian's pillar of strength and channeled the terrifying power from the pillar of strength outwards, attacking Zhou Xian horizontally. Zhou Xian was caught off guard and was struck by the enormous force, causing him to spit out blood as he was sent flying. The next moment, Lu Yin shattered the pillar of strength and waved his hand, dispersing the clouds in the void. The shocking scene from before did not seem to have occurred. The surroundings were silent. Am I seeing things? Zhou Xian used the 9th sequence technique, infinite strength, but he was defeated just like that? One hand. That third master only used one hand. How is that possible? Is this person a spirit prime? Spirit prime? Even a spirit prime would find it difficult to do that. I didn't see any sequence laws. This person defeated Zhou Xian with pure strength. I don't believe it. Impossible. No one could believe what they were seeing. Zhou Xian had been defeated by Lu Yin with pure strength. Lu Yin clenched his fists. It was the same strength. Zhou Xian had used infinite strength to display the same strength as Strength Beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. In reality, Lu Yin himself could not reach this limit. Strength Beast and Su Wang were able to reach the limit of a living being's strength by relying on the sequence laws. Zhou Xian had used different methods, but they had both reached the same limit. Only Lu Yin had broken through that limit and been able to suppress Strength Beast. Su Wang was also able to suppress Zhou Xian, who had used the sequence laws. Without using the sequence laws, Zhou Xian's strength was about the same as Hongyan Mavis, or perhaps a little weaker. But with the sequence laws, he surpassed Hongyan Mavis and was comparable to Strength Beast. This was the level of his strength. However, his future was different. The stronger the sequence laws, the more power he could borrow from the stars, and the greater his strength would be. It was like a springboard that could send people into the spiritualized universe. It could not be achieved by relying on human strength alone. No matter how strong a person was, they could not surpass the universe's stars. This infinite strength sequence law could borrow the power of the stars, which was a pretty good sequence law. Lu Yin was tempted. He wanted to learn it, but there was no need for him to do so. He did not know if the Gate of Techniques had a sequence foundation that could create infinite strength sequence laws. If there was, he could snatch it and break it down. The stars in his heart would make up for it, and he would not need to cultivate it himself. Hopefully there was. No, there should be. Did you Xianxia not consider his disciple? Bao Qi had taken a shortcut and relied on the cauldron bell to reach Xianxia. Zhou Xian could do the same. He had lived for so many years, and he hoped that he had not lived in vain. Zhou Xian stood in outer space, unable to believe what he had just experienced. He had actually lost in terms of strength? How was that possible? That was infinite strength, and there were very few beings in the spiritualized universe that could match his own strength. Using the sequence laws allowed him to reach the limit of a living being's strength. How had he lost? He looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin was disdainful. It seems that you haven't even reached boundless. In order to see the primordial origin, he had to surpass Lu Yin. However, this was only possible if he could reach boundless. When Yu Shan had attacked, all he had thought about was how to kill Lu Yin. He had never thought that even after using the sequence laws, he would still be unable to reach boundless. The cultivators who had been following boundless also noticed this, and they were all stunned. This was Yu Shan, a powerhouse who would definitely reach the primordial realm. He was ranked second on the White Soul list and the future Xianxia. Yu Xianxia's disciple could not even reach boundless, and he had been stopped by a youth. Who was this third manager? Su Wangtian laughed heartily as this brat had kicked an iron plate. While the Tianyuan universe's progenitors seemed to be the strongest, Lu Yin was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Chu Yi and the rest retracted their gazes. With Lu Yin at the bow, even Sang Tian could not enter. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only Yu Sang Tian could enter. Only then could she clearly look at the bow. Was this person really that powerful? She had thought that he had taken a liking to her appearance, but even after ascending boundless for so long, this person had not seen her. Could he have forgotten? Ba Lu, Kai Jun, Yudan and the rest were all excited. They had not expected the third manager to be so powerful. Lu Yin stood at the bow of boundless and waved at Yu Shan. Continue. Kill me and all of this will be over. You can also help your master. Yu Shan released his hand and slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at Lu Yin. I underestimated you. May I ask your name? Lu Yin stretched. I'll tell you if you win. The loser has no right to know. Yu Shan was not angry as Lu Yin had the right to say such things. Then please enlighten me. My master will teach me the 9 heavens change. Let's see how many changes you can endure. Yu Shan stepped forward and his figure moved. 9 heavens change. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. In the tributary of the river of time, the scene of heavens above being massacred appeared once again. Just like that, Yu Sang Tian's figure had moved that day. Every time he moved, his strength would double. The pressure had made it hard for Lu Yin to breathe, and he had been defeated in a single exchange. He could not resist at all. The 9 heavens change had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Countless powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe had died under these changes. An uncontrollable killing intent surged from Lu Yin's body. Yu Shan's figure appeared in front of Lu Yin, and a palm fell towards Lu Yin's forehead. Yu Shan's aura was even stronger than before, but it was suppressed in a certain area. It was like boiling hot air that had been compressed to the extreme, and it was released with a loud bang. This palm contained the 9 heavens change and the sequence laws. Sequence particles surged. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Bang! The 2 palms collided and Yu Shan's expression changed. Intense pain traveled from his palm and the bones in his hand cracked. This person's strength could be even greater. He did not hesitate to use the second change of the 9 heavens change. His palm pressed down with a terrifying force, but it was not enough. Lu Yin's palm realm battle force spread out from his arm, and the starry sky was released from his heart. Limitless strength swept out, and Lu Yin grabbed Yu Shan's arm and slammed him into the ground. Boom! Yu Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. He endured the pain and used his spiritual innate gift, human prisoner. Thorns spread out from Lu Yin's palm, wanting to surround him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the thorns shattered. He then kicked Yu Shan into a tree on the rain observatory. Yu Shan slammed into the tree trunk and coughed up blood again. His strength seemed to have been sucked out and he could not move. His body slowly fell down the tree trunk and he was finally hooked by the tree trunk. He hung there, blood dripping from his palm and mouth. It was a miserable sight. Lu Yin stood at the bow and let out a sigh, venting a little. He had unknowingly mistaken Yu Shan for Yu Sang Tian. The 9 heavens change had left him with bad memories. These memories had happened before, but he had managed to salvage them. He would not allow them to happen again. The surroundings were silent. Ever since Yu Shan had used the 9 heavens change, those who had followed Wu Jiang had been excited. The 9 heavens change was Yu Sang Tian's ultimate technique, and they had not thought that Yu Shan would be defeated. They had not expected him to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. In just one exchange of palms, Yu Shan had been slammed to the ground, and the third master had kicked him into the tree trunk. He had ascended to Wu Jiang and perhaps he would be able to meet Yuan Li. However, he was unwilling to meet Yunli in such a manner, and he had never thought of it before. At this moment, everyone's understanding of Lu Yin's strength was constantly being refreshed, and they felt that he was unfathomable. The second place on the White Soul list had been taken care of just like that. It had been so simple and he had not used any echelon techniques or battle techniques, yet he had been completely defeated with brute strength. Just how strong was this person? He was probably on par with that monster from the Myriad Beasts border. This person looked so young. Chapter 34-42. Within Boundless, Ba Lu and the others were stunned. Xianxia's ultimate technique had been defeated in an instant, and Zhou Xian had been beaten so badly. Xianxia wouldn't come, would he? This third master was too ruthless. Kai Keqing was shocked as she could feel Lu Yin's overwhelming strength. He had dealt with Zhou Xian so easily, and it would only take him an instant to deal with her. No wonder he could kill her with just 3 strikes. How many powerhouses were hidden in the Dayu Villa? At the bow of Boundless, Lu Yin looked at his palm, which was stained with blood. Of course it wasn't his but Zhou Xian's. The bones in Zhou Xian's arm had been shattered, and the broken bones had pierced through his skin. He took out a cloth and wiped his hand, looking at the sky and shaking his head in disappointment. This is the second on the White Soul list? Xianxia's disciple? How disappointing. Xianxian de Xianxian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan? Go tell Xianxian that his disciple is in the Dayu Villa. If he wants him, tell him to come beg me. Arrogant. That was everyone's impression of Lu Yin. However, so what if he was arrogant? Lu Yin easily defeated Zhou Xian, preventing him from even reaching the unbounded realm. He didn't even use any battle techniques, yet he was able to suppress Zhou Xian to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. This was something only Xianxian could do. Although there were many fierce people in the spiritualized universe who had competed for Xianxian's position, each one more powerful than the other, they would always be lacking if they couldn't become Xianxian. But they saw Xianxian's strength in Lu Yin. Where did this expert come from in the Dayu Villa? The first and third masters were all at this level of strength. In comparison, the second master, Old Tao, whom they were familiar with, seemed very ordinary aside from being more popular. Boundless continued to sail through the 100 Grass region. Zhou Xian was hanging from a tree in the Rain Observatory, half dead. He couldn't escape, but he couldn't die either. This was Boundless deterrence. With Boundless repeated attacks, the spiritualized universe became more and more afraid of direct confrontation. Many people changed their direction, trying to get people to join the Dayu Villa while trying to find Old Tao. Lu Yin didn't stop them and allowed them to do as they pleased. Zhou Xian's fate angered the ladies. They firmly believed that Zhou Xian acted because of them. Otherwise, why would Zhou Xian follow Wu Jiang for so many days and not act? They started to use their influence to form an alliance with various factions to suppress Wu Jiang. The outcome was very simple. They were all grounded. Now, as long as one was not stupid, they would not provoke Wu Jiang, unless there was a necessary reason or a way to win. Many people hadn't expected that the Dayu Mountain Villa would land in the 100 Grass region. They had thought that Wu Jiang would continue to sail. The entire spiritualized universe used spirit threads to connect 36 parallel universes, forming the word spirit. The higher the word spirit, the stronger the parallel universes were. For example, the Myriad Beasts border, the God-commanding mountain, the Gate of Arts, and the Azure Water Heavenly Palace were all in the region above the word spirit. The 100 Herb region was located in the middle of the word spirit, according to its position. However, if one were to calculate based on the number of regions, it would be split into 2/3. There were only 12 regions to the north of the 100 Herb region and 24 regions to the south. Along the way, Wu Jiang passed through 11 regions before finally arriving at the 100 Herb region. Everyone was trying to guess why the Dayu Mountain Villa had landed in the 100 Herb region. Some people recalled that the 100 Herb region's decline had something to do with Xianxian. They then thought about how the Dayu Mountain Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven and continuously violated the rules. They believed that this was also a form of provocation against Xianxian. From the looks of it, the Dayu Mountain Villa's only enemy was Xianxian. As long as the others did not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa had no intention of causing trouble for the Zhuang clan, but that was on the premise that the Dayu Mountain Villa did not have any disciples who had been persecuted by their own family. There was no lack of smart people in the universe, and some people had already thought of a way to counterattack the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa's first order after landing in the 100 Herb region was that anyone who entered the 100 Herb region to search for herbs would only be able to use the 100 herb seeds they found. This seemed like a normal rule, but under Zhou Xian's brilliance, it seemed extremely selfish. If not for Zhou Xian's words to the 100 Herb region, no one would have said anything about this rule. However, because of Zhou Xian's words, this rule was cursed by countless people as soon as it was announced. But did Lu Yin care? Did the Tianyuan universe care? No one cared. In reality, most of the cultivators in the spiritualized universe heaved a sigh of relief. They had hoped to enter the 100 Herb region to search for 100 herb seeds to increase their strength, but due to Zhou Xian's brilliance, they could not enter and could only give up on the 100 herb seeds. Now, the Dayu Mountain Villa's rule gave them a way out, allowing them to search for 100 herb seeds without being criticized. Immediately, many people were tempted and decided to enter the 100 Herb region. On the tree at the front of the Rain Observatory, Zhou Xian heard the rule, but he did not react. His words were based on Xianxia's approval. If anyone dared to resist Xianxia, these words would be useless and they would be easily disintegrated. On the surface, the scolding did not hurt, but in the dark, the blade was the most fatal. When the Dayu Mountain Villa landed in the 100 Herb region, it did not establish a sect. It was just a boundless territory. Some people joined the Dayu Mountain Villa one after another. These people were not arranged by the major powers, but rather voluntarily joined the Dayu Mountain Villa. Some of them had been tortured to the point of despair, while others had great treasures. No one would join a power that was Xianxia's enemy until the very last moment. Once they joined the Dayu Mountain Villa, there would be no place for them outside of the 100 Herb region in the spiritualized universe. After using the karmic spiral on everyone, Lu Yin had a new understanding of the self-illumination technique, and he was just short of a flash of inspiration. They looked at the person wrapped in a blanket with strange expressions. What kind of appearance was this? Junior Xianxia requests to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Lu Yin looked at the young man who was wrapped in a blanket and trembling. He had seen this person before in the tributary of the River of Time, during the 37 years that had been reversed. This person had been captured by Lu Yin along with the spiritualized universe's battleship and brought back to the Above Heavens sect. This person had been one of the elite geniuses who had participated in the invasion of the Tianyuan universe's battleship. At the time, Lu Yin had been curious about this appearance and had specially examined this person, but he had not found anything out of the ordinary. Thus he had thrown this person into the 5th tower. He had not expected to see this person again. There was nothing special about this person, but he liked to wrap himself in a blanket and tremble. Among that group of elite geniuses, this person was the strongest. Why do you want to join the Dayu Mountain Villa? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia trembled so much that even the blanket was trembling. I have nowhere to go. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia and moved his finger. He flicked his finger and the karmic spiral shot towards Xianxia. He had thought that the karmic spiral would pierce through Xianxia, but the moment it touched the blanket, it was blocked and changed direction. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and stared at Xianxia in shock. Impossible. Atop boundless boundary, Chu Yi and the others looked at Lu Yin, not understanding what had just happened. Lu Yin had never lost his composure like this before. Xianxia trembled even more and he quickly retreated. Sorry for disturbing you. Believe. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia had failed. The self-illumination technique had failed. How could this be? This person only had the strength of a spirit warrior, which was equivalent to an emissary. It was impossible for him to block the self-illumination technique. Was it because of the blanket? Or was there another reason? The karmic Tao had caused Xianxia to rush from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. The primogenitor had praised him and the maiden had envied him. However, this brat had actually blocked it. It was too inconceivable and Lu Yin could not imagine how Xianxia had managed to do it. This shock was no less than when he had seen Xianxia slaughter the Above Heaven sect. What did you say your name was? Xianxia. Did you join the Dayu Villa because you have nowhere else to go? Yes. Sorry for disturbing you. Believe. No need. Stay. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? Didn't you have nowhere else to go? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia thought about it. Do you have some sort of goal for me? Lu Yin sighed and slowly sat down. You were the one who came to the Dayu Villa to ask to join. Now that I'm asking you to join, you're still doubting me? Your attitude just now was not right. Did I offend you in any way? Lu Yin naturally replied, your blanket is too dirty. I'm a clean freak. Xianxia was silent for a moment. I'll wash it. It'll be healthier if you wash it. Sun it when you have time. It's dirty. I'm sorry. Xianxia did his best to shrink the blanket and even wiped the floor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin used the karmic spiral once more. However, the moment it hit Xianxia, it was stopped and shifted. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He could not understand this person. This person was definitely normal. In anyone's eyes, other than having a slightly higher innate gift and being wrapped in a blanket, everything else was normal. Only Lu Yin could see that something was wrong with the karmic spiral. In the tributary of the River of Time, this person had been thrown into the 5th pagoda without any abnormalities. Why are you wrapped in a blanket? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia replied, I'm afraid of light. Are you sick? I don't know. I'm just afraid. Lu Yin let him go. The boundless land had a place for these people to stay, and that was the desert of forgetfulness. However, they could also find their own place to stay since the boundless land was huge. After Xianxia left, Lu Yin sent a message to Ba Lu, Yao, Kai Jun and the others, asking them to approach Xianxia and see if there was anything wrong with him. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, 3 more people joined the Dayu Villa after Xianxia. During this half a month, Ba Lu and the others constantly approached Xianxia. Xianxia did not resist and would occasionally poke his head out from under the blanket to chat with them. He seemed rather easygoing and did not seem to be abnormal. The only thing that stood out about him was that he was very, very sloppy. Lu Yin also asked Chu Yi, Su Wangtian, and the others to see if there was anything wrong with him. The results showed that there was nothing abnormal. They could pull Xianxia out from under the blanket without any hesitation. Xianxia was afraid of light, but that was only a psychological problem. He could still live without the blanket. Lu Yin pondered this. Nothing abnormal. The results were the same as what he had found out. Without using the karmic spiral, there was nothing abnormal about Xianxia. He was just an elite who had a psychological problem, was afraid of light, and hid under the blanket with an extremely high innate gift. He was no different from what Lu Yin had seen in the River of Time. Chapter 34-43. How many people in the 3 universes could see karma? It was so rare that even the primogenitor could only sense it but not resist it or see it. Even Yu Sang Tian was afraid, which was why Lu Yin had time to use karma to awaken Zhao Ran. But this Xianxia could actually avoid karma. What did he have? Talent? Battle techniques? Techniques? None of those. After joining the Dayu Villa, Lu Yin had already found out everything that Xianxia knew. It had nothing to do with karma. Actually, it was obvious that it had nothing to do with karma. No matter how powerful this person's battle technique or talent was, it was impossible for him to avoid Lu Yin's heavenly illumination technique. No one could be so heaven-defying. Lu Yin could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. This person had to stay in the boundless by his side. It did not matter if he had intentionally approached Lu Yin or not. Even if he was Yu Sang Tian or Paramount, he had to stay in the boundless. On this day, someone visited the Dayu Villa looking for a friend, Zhou Xian. There used to be a library in the boundless, but it had been burned down by the crazy director and turned into a villa. Within the villa, Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Are you from the Zhan family? The man looked at Lu Yin. I am Zhanhua, Zhang Yan's uncle. May I ask if you are the master of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin nodded. Yuanqi and Old Tao were behind him. You know Zhang Yan is here? Zhanhua said, if she's not dead, she's definitely here. Tell me your purpose. Lu Yin was casual. The Zhan family of the Door of Arts was a colossus in the spiritualized universe. Zhanhua's arrival had attracted many people's attention, and they were all waiting for the conversation between the Door of Arts and the Dayu Villa. The Myriad Beast territory had long since formed a death grudge with the Dayu Villa. If the Dayu Villa offended the Door of Arts, then the spiritualized universe would be filled with enemies. After all, the royal god mountain belonged to Yu Sang Tian. Zhanhua looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, I want to know how Zhang Yan is. Let me see her. Lu Yin raised a brow and looked in a direction. The last person who spoke to me like that was already dead. Xianxia frowned. I don't mean to be disrespectful, Lu Yin said, but I need obvious respect. Xianxia stared at him. Do you know that I represent the School of Arts? Zhang Yan said so too. Xianxia realized that the third master was not easy to talk to. I know why the Dayu Mountain Villa represented the Tianyuan universe in my spiritualized universe. If I'm not wrong, primordial origin must have been controlled by you guys. He's just a cover for the Tianyuan universe. Your Tianyuan universe is the one that's truly fighting against you, Xianxia. You know the goal of the spiritualized universe. I admire you for daring to come to the spiritualized universe, but this won't stop the Tianyuan universe from being reactivated. You've already offended the Myriad Beasts region, and the same goes for you, Xianxia. If you make an enemy out of the Gate of Skills, no one in the spiritualized universe will speak up for you. If the Tianyuan universe is destined to be reactivated, I believe that your ultimate goal is to keep a group of people from the Tianyuan universe alive. That group of people is you. You have come to fight for a position in the spiritualized universe in the future. Lu Yin laughed. You said a lot, but I didn't understand. Xianxia said, do you think that by displaying your strength and causing you Xianxia to have some misgivings, you can delay the reactivation of the Tianyuan universe and raise your status in the spiritualized universe? You are too naive. The spiritualized universe has a unified cultivation model, and all the distribution has been perfected long ago. Aside from us, the School of Techniques, no one else will help you. We don't need any resources because the Sequence Foundation is one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. No matter how much resources are fought over in the outside world, it won't affect us. Only we can help you. Xian de Xian Xingchuan 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 Peak Lu Yin sighed. I've said so much, but I still don't understand. Just tell me what price you want to pay in exchange for Zhang Yan. Xianhua's eyes lit up. Zhang Yan is not dead. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. How could I bear to let such a lively and adorable girl die? Xianhua heaved a sigh of relief. I told you that I can help you gain a foothold in the spiritualized universe. I don't want to listen to empty words. I'll give you one more chance. If you continue to waste my time with empty words, I'll tie you up outside with that Yushan, Lu Yin threatened. Xianhua was furious and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it he held himself back. Yushan's name made him realize that Yushan was the disciple of Yu Xiangtian, who was second on the White Soul list. Yushan was currently tied up in front of the Dayu Villa, and this person had even threatened that Yu Xiangtian would only release Yushan if Xianhua begged him. This person was lawless and he was extremely powerful. Zhang Yan had yet to return, so it would be unwise to confront him head-on. Xianhua took a deep breath and regained his composure. What do you want in exchange for letting Zhang Yan go? Lu Yin thought about it. I don't know yet. Give me a sequence foundation to play with first. Xianhua was stunned and his face twitched. A sequence foundation to play with? Was there a need to use the word play to describe a sequence foundation? On the surface, there were only 10 sequence foundations in the spiritualized universe, but that was one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe's cultivation. This person was too arrogant. You people from the Tianyuan universe have no idea how difficult it is to create a sequence foundation, and how many people have died. Xianhua gritted his teeth. Lu Yin was disdainful. What does that have to do with me? In any case, give me a sequence foundation to play with first. Otherwise, don't even think about bringing Zhang Yan back. Xianhua suppressed his anger. Zhang Yan is the apple of my Zhan family's eye. She's a genius who can help my Zhan family achieve the position of Xiangtian, but she's not the only one. Please be careful. My Zhan family would rather give up on Zhang Yan. Then scram. Lu Yin waved his hand and a golden staff suddenly appeared and swept out. Xianhua was shocked as he had not expected Lu Yin to attack so quickly. A sequence particle appeared in front of him. Devour. The golden staff viciously smashed into the sequence particle, but the Devour did not even have time to react before it was swept away. Xianhua coughed up blood in midair. This person was a powerhouse of the Sequence Foundation, but he was far weaker than Victor the Celestial. However, he cultivated the Devour Sequence Foundation, which was the same as Xia. Zhang Yan had helped the Eternals start a war in Primordial City, and the Zhan family was the enemy of the Tianyuan universe. The entire spiritualized universe was the Tianyuan universe's enemy. Lu Yin had never thought of cooperating with anyone as there were only benefits and benefits. It was that simple. As long as he had Zhang Yan under his control, he would not be afraid of the Zhang family overturning the situation. Zhang Hua was swept out of Boundless by the staff, and he only stopped after flying far away. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he angrily glared at Boundless. How dare Boundless ignore the School of Arts? If not for the fact that Zhang Yan was in their hands, Zhang Hua would have led the School of Arts powerhouses to destroy Boundless. Even Xianxia would not treat him this way. How preposterous. In the surroundings, the cultivators who were staring at the Dayu Villa were horrified. Even the School of Arts had been swept away, which was too domineering. The Dayu Villa was not afraid of anyone, and they dared to offend anyone. Within Boundless, Lu Yin said, "Did you hear that?" Zhang Yan walked out and looked at Lu Yin's back. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin stood up. "It's nothing. I just don't trust them." "You won't trust anyone here," Zhang Yan said. Lu Yin looked at her. "That's why you can't leave." Zhang Yan was helpless as she really could not leave. She had complicated feelings about Lu Yin, and she did not know what this person was thinking. Hate? Oh, it did not exist. They were on opposite sides and there was no need for such unnecessary emotions. This person had saved her life in the game of life and death. At that time she was a little grateful, so she had complicated feelings about Lu Yin. However, this gratitude disappeared when she saw that Yuanqi was still alive. Yuanqi was not dead and she was not dead either. That game was clearly fake. There are too many old masters hidden in the School of Arts. Although these masters do not belong to the School of Arts, to a certain extent, the School of Arts can influence them, Zhang Yan reminded him. Lu Yin did not care. "Don't worry about that. As long as you are in my hands, they will not dare to act rashly. They have to listen to me." Zhang Yan was helpless. She had been forced to reveal the secret of the key, which was Lu Yin's greatest reliance. Whether it was the School of Arts or Xianxia, they all wanted her key. However, at this moment the key was in Lu Yin's hands. The 100 Herbs region gradually gained popularity. The Dayu Villa's rules made many people go to the 100 Herbs region to look for the 100 Herbs seeds. However, because the Dayu Villa was hostile to Xianxia, not many people came. They were afraid of being implicated. Many people were waiting for the School of Arts response. Zhang Hua had been kicked out and the School of Arts had lost face. They would not let the Dayu Villa go so easily. If the School of Arts cooperated with the Myriad Beasts region and the Royal God Mountain, it would be hard to say what kind of powerhouses they would send out. It would definitely shock an era. More and more people gathered in the 100 Herbs region, waiting for a good show. However, the School of Arts did not respond. No one joined the Dayu Villa during this time, and Lu Yin soon found out the reason. Someone had secretly colluded with various forces to seal off the 100 Herbs region, preventing anyone from joining the Dayu Villa. Although they did not dare to attack the Dayu Villa, the Dayu Villa was only restricted to the 100 Herbs region. Unless they spread out, they could not unseal the region. As long as the seal was not lifted, no one would be able to join. Although the major forces did not know why the Dayu Villa was recruiting desperados, it was right for them to stop what the Dayu Villa wanted to do. "I will go out and take care of it," Celestial Champion said. Lu Yin waved his hand. "Wait a little longer." A few days later, a piece of news came. It was a list of names from various regions. Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. It's time to make a move. The Mongshan region was one of the 36 regions that Wu Jiang had passed through. There was a sect and a family here. The sect was called True Feather and only recruited female disciples. The family's surname was Nye. The True Feather sect and the Nye family had joined forces to occupy the Mongshan region and controlled the resources there. Although the Mongshan region was not very eye-catching in the 36 regions, it was still one of them. There was a huge underground lake between the True Feather sect and the Nye family. At the bottom of the lake was a villa where a man and a woman lived. The man was the Nye family's ancestor Nye Fei, while the woman was the True Feather sect's ancestor Qi Yan. Almost no one knew that the reason why the True Feather sect and the Nye family had joined forces was because these two forces were originally a couple. They had split up to create the True Feather sect and the Nye family so that others would not be afraid of them. They would think that the two forces controlling the Mongshan region were the same force. Chapter 3444. Will there be a problem with this? I've seen the primordial Sang Tian before. He's sinister and ruthless. Without full confidence he wouldn't rebel against sky beyond sky. Now that the Dayu Villa is going against him, the primordial Xianxia must have grasped something. He might even have a breakthrough in his cultivation and reach the peak of bitter disaster. Then he'll be able to fight against sky beyond sky. Niefei was worried. It was Qian. What are you afraid of? It's not just us. The 5 regions are working together this time and it's just a blockade. Our goal is to show our loyalty to Sky Beyond Sky and get Sky Beyond Sky to give us more resources. Once our goal is achieved we'll retreat. We won't be enemies with the Dayu Villa. Niefei was worried. I keep feeling uneasy. Qian snorted. Even if the Dayu Villa takes revenge, True Feather Sect and the Nye family will be destroyed. You and I can create another True Feather Sect in the Nye family. Don't forget who's behind this scheme of the 5 regions. That person's goal isn't the Dayu Villa but the Alliance. The 36 regions are fighting for themselves. Sky Beyond Sky's eyes are always on the north. We won't get any resources at all. Only by working together will we have a chance to speak. Do you still doubt that person's wisdom? Niefei agreed. Let's not go out for now. How's the arrangement for the direct descendants? We've avoided it. It doesn't matter even if the Mongshan region is destroyed. Qian didn't care. As soon as she said that, the void shook. An indescribable sense of danger rose in their hearts. It was as if they were facing the mouth of a ferocious beast. The horror from the source of their bloodline made their expressions change. With a boom, the lake shattered. A giant beast claw slammed down toward the two. The two were shocked. Who was it? They dodged together. Surging sequence particles spread in all directions. At that moment they saw a giant beast standing above the lake under the stars. It was looking at them with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. 10,000 beasts territory? Why? Niefei was confused but he didn't hesitate to attack. Even if he was facing 10,000 beasts territory he wouldn't give up. Qian's body moved. She was beautiful, but this kind of beauty was meaningless in the eyes of the giant beast. The behemoth was an origami. On this day the Dayu Villa would show the spiritualized universe what it meant to not make enemies. The Avicii dagger axe was both real and illusory. It pierced through the sequence particles and directly pierced through Niefei and Qian's bodies. Both of them were masters at the level of sequence precepts. Even though they attacked with sequence precepts it was useless. They were facing the origami's destructive sequence precepts. How could the two of them fight against a self-created destructive sequence precepts? Their individual strengths were not even comparable to old monster Mo's. There were many levels of sequence laws in the spiritualized universe, which originated from the unified cultivation method and the spirit seed's self-awareness. The difficulty of cultivating sequence laws in this universe was far lower than in the Tianyuan universe. In comparison, anyone who cultivated sequence laws in the Tianyuan universe would be considered an expert in the spiritualized universe. Niefei and Qian did not understand why their sequence method was useless. They did not understand why the seamless dagger axe used space as the pole and time as the blade. Time was too illusory in the spiritualized universe. Although Lu Yin and the others were unable to draw out the river of time since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the river of time still covered all of the universes, and their usage of time would not decrease. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Join hands, Wings of Nirvana True Art. Niefei roared. Qian's face was pale as she approached Niefei with streaks of blood. Their palms collided and a giant palm shadow appeared behind the two of them, covering the sky as it slammed towards the origami. On this day, everyone in the Mongshan domain saw it. The giant palm struck the giant beast in the sky, but it was torn apart by the giant beast. The Avicii spear pierced through the palm and Niefei and Qian's shoulders, lifting them up. Everyone from Nye family and True Feather Sect were horrified when they saw the miserable state of their old ancestor. The origami let out an earth-shaking roar. How can trash like you provoke the Dayu Mountain Villa? Today all 5 domains will be empty. With that, the giant beast's claws pressed down on the Nye family and True Feather Sect. The two great powers that controlled the Mongshan domain were not weak even in the realm beyond heaven, but they were crushed by the beast's claws and no one could escape. Niefei opened his eyes and under his mangled vision he saw countless people from the Nye family being slapped into nothingness. They should not have listened to that person. They were wrong. How could they participate in a battle at the Sangtian level? They were all wrong. Qian was in despair and fear. She and Ye Fei had worked together secretly to control the Mongshan domain, which was enough to record the history of the spiritualized universe. Why did this happen? Did this giant beast come from the Dayu Mountain Villa? She had never heard of such a giant beast in the Dayu Mountain Villa. Let us go, let us go. We are willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa, Qian pleaded. The origami gripped the seamless dagger axe and suddenly pulled it out. It streaked across the sky, tearing through the void and leaving. Ye Fei and Qian turned into blood that scattered everywhere. They would not have another chance. This was the Dayu Mountain Villa. At the same time, 4 other domains were attacked. Lu Tianyi, Celestial Lord Victorious Battle, Su Wangtian and Mu Zhu all attacked. On this day the 5 domains were empty, and the powers that once controlled the 5 domains disappeared. On this day the spiritualized universe was shaken. The Dayu Mountain Villa did not only affect the 100 Grass region. They could go out and kill, causing the 5 domains to be empty. They also had a powerful intelligence network. Otherwise, how could they know that the 100 Grass region was sealed by the 5 domains in such a short time? This information about the spiritualized universe was even more frightening than the power they displayed. Everyone knew that there must be other powers behind the Dayu Mountain Villa. Or rather, the Dayu Mountain Villa had already set up the spiritualized universe and had not just appeared. Xianxia of the origin had been planning for a long time. Some people were excited while others were afraid. The Yuan family of the Lushan region was completely relieved. Their ancestor did not provoke the realm beyond heaven on a whim. The Dayu Mountain Villa was too well prepared. The cultivators surrounding the Yuan family retreated one by one. They still needed to wait and see. It seemed that even if they became enemies with Yu Sangtian, the Dayu Mountain Villa would not be defeated so easily. The Battle of the 5 Domains caused everyone to re-evaluate the Dayu Mountain Villa. 7 sequence law experts had died in that battle. The bright stars shone with a cold light. Countless people knelt on the ground and prayed to a statue. The statue depicted a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. He looked up at the starry sky and was holding something up with one hand. Suddenly the statue cracked and the cracks grew larger. Finally it shattered and fell to the ground. Those kneeling on the ground screamed in despair. It was as if their faith had collapsed. They frantically tried to snatch the statue's fragments. Not long after, the statue's fragments were all snatched away. Only a barren land was left. Lu Yin walked out of the void and landed on the barren land. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked calm. Is this a show for me? Are you the Dayu Mountain Villa's 3rd master? A gentle voice sounded. A man walked out in front of Lu Yin. It was the person depicted in the statue. Lu Yin looked at the man. What are you trying to say? The man smiled and looked at Lu Yin. As expected of the person who defeated Yu Shan. Even I feel threatened when facing you. Your strength is not much weaker than Sang Tian's. I'm curious. Who are you? Didn't I tell you when I asked you to deal with the Dayu Mountain Villa? I like to investigate on my own. Lu Yin laughed. Sometimes what you find out is beyond your control. The middle-aged man calmly replied, Did you see those people? When my statue shattered, their first thought was to protect their beliefs. In their hearts, I am more important than anything else. Similarly, in the hearts of all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe, Yu Sangtian is more important than anything else. The Dayu Mountain Villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and tried to deal with Yu Sangtian. This is destroying the spiritualized universe's beliefs. You should not have done this. Lu Yin met the man's gaze. After saying this, I'm not even interested in knowing your name. You're confident in your beliefs? Then I'll let you see if you're really that confident. With that, he flicked his finger and a karmic spiral swept towards the man. The man could not see the karmic spiral, but he instinctively dodged. He did not underestimate Lu Yin, especially since Lu Yin dared to face him alone. He definitely had the confidence to do so. After all, he was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Why were the 5 regions so confident that they dared to join forces and fight for the right to speak in Yu Sangtian? Why did they dare to deal with the Dayu Mountain Villa, which had already made a name for itself? It was because they had a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity standing behind them. This person was from the Zhikong domain and he was a secret protector there. The alliance of the 5 regions had come from the Zhikong domain, which was why Lu Yin had been interested in taking a look. However, he had not expected this person to say something like this. What was the relationship between the Zhikong domain and Xianxia? Why was this person siding with Xianxia? Lu Yin did not know, and he did not want to know. He also did not want to know what the secret protector was planning. What should appear would appear in the end. The middle-aged man attacked. Someone who had survived bitter adversity was definitely not weak. This person might not be as strong as Xianxia, but he was not much weaker. At the very least, he had the strength of a star toad. This strength was worthy of Lu Yin's attention. Lu Yin had another goal in coming here, which was to test out the self-illuminating technique. During this period of time, he had continuously used the karmic spiral and tried to use the self-illuminating technique. Now that he had a direction, this person would be the best test subject. The middle-aged man faced Lu Yin and drew with his finger. Light flashed in the void as countless stars rotated, allowing Lu Yin to see endless scenes. It was as if he had experienced these scenes before, but at the same time he had not. This was a sequence technique, and it was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques. It was called the second image. The second image, the second phenomenon, or even the second illusion could be anything. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart and repelled the sequence particles. The karmic spiral swept towards the middle-aged man from behind. The middle-aged man could sense the danger of the karmic spiral. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. Even Xianxia was at this level, but he had already reached perfection. This level represented the peak of the universe. Although there were differences in power levels, they were extremely sensitive to the dangers of karma. I don't know what you've done, but you've made me feel danger. The middle-aged man sighed. Since that's the case, I'll have to be more serious. A strand of air appeared and circled around the man's fingertips. It then transformed into a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. Chapter 34:45. The attack was casual, not even aimed at Lu Yin. Instead, it was aimed at the void. Lu Yin easily dodged it. No, an attack from a Kuwu expert should not be so easy to dodge. However, dodging the middle-aged man's attack was just that easy. It was so easy that it was abnormal. The middle-aged man did not care about Lu Yin's evasion and continued to slash at the void. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin appeared in front of the man and forcefully received the attack. The middle-aged man slashed down. Plang! Lu Yin caught the tip of the sword with 2 fingers and struck it. A terrifying force spread along the blade, trying to shake off the man's hand. The man was surprised. What strength! No wonder Lu Yin could defeat Xian. He immediately let go, and the sword turned into a stream of air and returned to the man's hand. I am the wild grass of calligraphy from the wisdom void domain. If you don't die, let me see you. I am Mr. Li. The middle-aged man's sword slashed down as if he had completed the final stroke. A grass character appeared under the starry sky. It immediately turned into endless sword chi that tore through the sky and destroyed the void. Lu Yin's expression changed. The might of the sword chi actually made him feel cold. This was not just sword chi. It also contained the mysteries of time reversal. This person had grasped the power of time, and his usage of time had surpassed Xianxia's. A single, grass, character was enough to destroy the void. Even a primordial realm expert would not necessarily be able to escape. However, breaking through this battle technique was actually very simple. A small boat of light appeared around Lu Yin and shot off in a certain direction. The sword chi that could destroy the void suddenly vanished. The grass character had been formed from the sword chi that had been shot into the void. The sword chi had already been shot out and should not have appeared again, but the middle-aged man had used the power of time reversal to create the grass character. The way to break through this was obviously to make the sword chi unable to reverse time. The boat of light loved to devour time that was not part of the river of time. The sword chi that could reverse time was also not part of the river of time. The Tianyuan universe's fixed mirage domain cut off the river of time. As a result, no other universe outside the Tianyuan universe could draw upon the river of time to change the past or the future. However, this did not stop them from cultivating to a level where they could reverse time. He had never thought that he would encounter someone like Lu Yin who had mastered the power of time. He was someone who could cross the river of time. Even Wei knew the fairy woman of time could not break free so easily. The middle-aged man was stunned. What had happened? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a karmic spiral. The middle-aged man felt a sense of crisis and he retreated once again. However, he had forgotten that Lu Yin had also unleashed a karmic spiral from the very beginning. The two karmic spirals intersected in the void, forming a roulette that collided with the middle-aged man. The Wheel of Karma. This was the first attempt of the self-illuminating the heavens technique. The middle-aged man touched the karma wheel and saw images after images. He saw people devoutly holding up his statue fragments and worshipping him. This was a different kind of satisfaction, but it was within his expectations. But at the same time, there were many people who trampled on the fragments of the statue that they brought back, insulted them, and even threw them into the smelly pits. This scene made the middle-aged man extremely angry. These people were too impudent, they actually dared to insult him. These people had placed their faith in him. If he could not fulfill their wishes, their faith would not be established. The karmic wheel allowed the middle-aged man to see these scenes. Originally, he could have seen them himself. After all, they were all ordinary people. But for some reason, it was as if this was the first time he had seen this scene. The feeling of being trampled on and being humiliated flooded his world. He felt as if he had fallen into the smelly pit. Puffy spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man gasped for breath. Not good, his bitter adversity was unstable. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. How had this person done it? Lu Yin had actually caused his originally stable bitter adversity to fluctuate, causing the ominous signs of cultivation deviation. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to act. He simply stared at the middle-aged man. The karmic wheel was useful, especially for powerhouses who were trying to cross bitter adversity. However, it was still far from enough. This was just a direction, and as time passed, Lu Yin would be able to find more directions. Third Master, I'm impressed. I've underestimated you. Your threat is even greater than Yuanqi's. The sword in the middle-aged man's hand transformed into a swirling current, and he disappeared into outer space. Goodbye. At that moment, a green sword light flashed past, and the middle-aged man's foot missed a step. He felt dizzy and he suddenly turned around. The power of spiritual force. Lu Yin waved his hand and Setting Sun appeared. Setting Sun, total afterglow. Burn your martial arts. The middle-aged man's expression changed. This was a concept battle technique. In front of him, Shizu walked out and slashed down with boundless might. The current turned into a screen of light that blocked Shizu's path. Shizu's sword could not break through the current. The middle-aged man's gaze passed through Shizu and landed on Lu Yin. A secret transmission greets you. Welcome to the spiritualized universe. He then retreated into the void. Lu Yin did not force him to stay. This person was still hiding a trump card. After all, he was from Zhikong territory. Shizu put away his sword. This person is very strong. Although he can't compare to an eternal, he's not easy to deal with. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. However, the backlash from the karmic wheel was enough to make him suffer. If he could not stabilize bitter adversity, it was very likely that he would fall and never be able to step into bitter adversity again. This price was not much better than death. Lu Yin did not expect to easily take the life of a bitter adversity powerhouse. Of course, if everyone in the Tianyuan universe attacked together or if Shizu took action, it would be possible, but now was not the time. Lu Yin could not see through Zhikong territory's plans. Secret transmission? Since the open transmission had appeared, Lu Yin wanted to try this secret transmission. The law domains where the gates of law were located. The entire law domain was surnamed Zhan, and the Zhan family's ancestor was Zhan Ming. He was also one of the 7 great Xianxias. Not long after Mr. Li was defeated, the image of an old man appeared in front of Zhan Ming. It's not good for you Sang Tian to see me so openly. Zhan Ming looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful face. The old man smiled. There are too many things that you Sang Tian does not want to see. For example, the key is in Dayu Mountain Villa. Zhan Ming's eyes flashed. I don't understand what you are saying. Old friend, are you doubting my intelligence? I've always doubted it. The key is in Dayu Mountain Villa. I've already confirmed it. Zhan Ming looked at the old man. The 5 Regions Alliance was done by you guys to test Dayu Mountain Villa and my Gate of Law? Without the cooperation of the Gate of Law, Dayu Mountain Villa would not have been able to figure out the 5 regions so quickly. It's just a small trick. Only by understanding your relationship can we take the next step. Zhan Ming was curious. What's your next step? I want to know. The old man smiled. I'm also very curious. How's your cultivation of the sequence method? With that, the image disappeared. Zhang Ming's face sank. How much did this old thing see? He did not expect the key to turn out like this. He had originally planned to let Zhang Yan take it. With the key in the Tianyuan universe, he could avoid Yu Sangtian's scheme and gain merit. If the Tianyuan universe suddenly restarted, it would be perfect. No matter how he looked at it, it would not be a loss. However, he did not expect the Tianyuan universe to not only walk out of danger, but the humans had also defeated the Eternals and seen through the spiritualized universe's scheme. They had captured Yuanqi and Zhang Yan and forced Zhang Yan to tell them about the key. Now that the key was in Dayu Mountain Villa, even the Gate of Law could not force Dayu Mountain Villa to hand over the key. They could only follow in the footsteps of the third head. The most troublesome thing was that this old thing had seen through them. He had seen through the key, the Gate of Law's passivity, and his own sequence method. This old thing was one step ahead, and he was always ahead. Zhang Ming's face sank. The key, he had to get the key back. Ever since the 5 regions were empty, Dayu Mountain Villa's surroundings had become much quieter. No one found trouble with Dayu Mountain Villa, and there were fewer and fewer people eyeing Dayu Mountain Villa. Even though Dayu Mountain Villa had violated the rules and taken in many people who had been targeted by various great powers, its unfathomable strength made it so that no one dared to provoke it. Imperial God Mountain and the Myriad Beast Border had not made a move, so it would not be their turn. They did not want to become the next 5 regions. Thus half a year passed in a flash. During this time, more than 20 people had joined Dayu Mountain Villa, and they were all people who had been forced into a corner. Lu Yin understood their experiences, and in the end he chose a couple to help them stand up for themselves. Petty people. I'm Xianxia. Thank you, third head. You are our benefactor. If we can find our daughter, we will serve you forever. Lu Yin said, You're welcome. Outsiders cannot bully the people of Dayu Mountain Villa. Those who had joined the Dayu Villa had been forced into a corner, and the reason why Lu Yin had chosen these 2 to help him out was because they were related to a power, the Cloud Water Palace. Bianji and Yan Xianger were husband and wife, and they had a daughter named Bian Xiaoxiao. However, she had been snatched away by the Jade Water Palace. They had pleaded with the Jade Water Palace several times to release her, but the Jade Water Palace had refused. They had even severely injured them, and the last time they had even tried to kill them. If not for their good luck, they would not have survived to join the Dayu Manor. The reason why the Jade Water Palace had snatched Bian Xiaoxiao away was very simple. Bian Xiaoxiao was suitable for the Jade Water Palace's battle techniques. The Jade Water Palace's famous battle technique was none other than the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. When the sword was drawn, there was no injury, only death. Once the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water was drawn, there were very few who could match it. However, it was not easy to cultivate the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. It depended on one's aptitude and one's ability to adapt to the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. The Jade Water Palace constantly traveled the spiritualized universe and allowed suitable children to come into contact with the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. If they could cultivate, they would take them away. Originally, this was a good thing. The Jade Water Palace's Palace Lord Yao was known as the #1 person under Sang Tian, and it was very likely that she would become Sang Tian in the future. Even in the spiritualized universe, she would be a top figure. However, the Jade Water Palace had its own rules. Once they entered the palace, they had to cut off all external ties. This included family ties, friendship, and so on. All the children taken away by the Jade Water Palace would have their memories erased, and they would only recognize the Jade Water Palace for the rest of their lives. As a result, no one was willing to send their children to the Jade Water Palace. Bian Xiaoxiao had accidentally come into contact with the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water and was confirmed to have a supreme aptitude. The Jade Water Palace had been searching for her for many years, so naturally she would be taken away. Bianji and Yan Xianger's pleas did not matter to the Jade Water Palace. They had gone to the Jade Water Palace several times to request to take Bian Xiaoxiao away. To prevent them from affecting Bian Xiaoxiao, the Jade Water Palace sent people after them. Chapter 3446. This matter was infuriating as the Jade Water Palace was too tyrannical and had cut off all familial ties. To the child who entered the palace, their memories would be erased and they would not know anything. They would forever lose that child. Bianji and Yan Xiang would not give up even if they died. This matter made Lu Yin's expression sink as he had not expected the Jade Water Palace to do such a thing. Palace Mistress Yao had a close relationship with Xianxia, and she was also one of Beyond Heaven's twin absolutes. Lu Yin had not expected her to have such a cruel side. It just so happened that he wanted to find Palace Mistress Yao to make up for his karma, and this matter could be used as a reason to deal with the Jade Water Palace. When he heard that Lu Yin wanted to deal with the Jade Water Palace, Old Tao grew worried. The relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Xianxia has always been speculated, and no one knows for sure. However, one thing is for certain. Xianxia will not sit idly by if anyone tries to deal with Palace Mistress Yao. This is directly going against Xianxia. Lu Yin raised his brows. What we're doing now is not going against Xianxia? This is different. There's nothing different about it. I'll deal with the Jade Water Palace, Lu Yin said. Old Tao said, it won't be easy to deal with the Jade Water Palace. The Jade Water realm is completely sealed off, and only those from the Jade Water Palace are allowed to enter. If you force your way in, Palace Mistress Yao will have time to leave and head straight for Beyond Heaven. Lu Yin frowned as this was a problem. If he scared Palace Mistress Yao away, he would not be able to make up for the karma. Xianxia knew that Lu Yin wanted to make up for the karma, and he also knew that Palace Mistress Yao was related to Lu Yin's karma. Would he hold back? Lu Yin had been provoking Beyond Heaven all this time, but Xianxia knew that Lu Yin's ultimate goal was to make up for the karma, so all he had to do was wait for Lu Yin here. Unless something major happened and Xianxia could no longer care about the Jade Water Palace, then even if Xianxia knew that Lu Yin was the culprit, he would still have to deal with it and allow Palace Mistress Yao to be taken away by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Something major, something major. No, if Xianxia was prepared and Palace Mistress Yao knew about it, she would be on her guard. Lu Yin thought of Wei Rong and the others and he felt that it was a pity. He should have brought them along, as Wei Rong should have been able to come up with a solution. Actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with the Jade Water Palace, Old Tao suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at him. You have a way? Old Tao thought for a moment. Palace Master Yao is a very conceited person, thinking that she is the #1 person under Xianxia. Moreover, because of her close relationship with Xianxia, even the 7 great Xianxia treat her with respect, to the point that she is somewhat arrogant. Even though she doesn't show it, there aren't many people in the spiritualized universe who can catch her eye. Such a conceited person definitely won't allow herself to lose face. Instead of scheming against the Jade Water Palace in secret, it's better to directly come knocking on her door. Perhaps she'll be scared off, but as long as I think of a way and make some preparations, I might be able to force her to stay, or even force her to open the Jade Water Palace. What kind of preparations? Old Tao rolled his eyes. Preparations related to face. Lu Yin understood and looked at Old Tao. You seem to know Palace Mistress Yao quite well. Old Tao laughed dryly. Who doesn't know about the twin absolutes of the sky beyond heaven? Palace Master Yao is also someone who is most likely to become a Xianxia. Everyone knows about this. If you can really resolve this matter, I'll remember your contribution. I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to be of service to the third master. Old Tao hurriedly said. The Dayu Villa gradually quieted down. After the battle of the 5 realms empty, no one dared to cause trouble for the Dayu Villa, and the Dayu Villa remained in the 100 Herb region. Dayu Mountain. The topic of Zhuang had died down, but the topic of Genesis did not. After all, this was related to Xianxia's position and everyone had their eyes on it. Someone suddenly raised the question of who would be the next Xianxia if Genesis was stripped of his position. Once this question was raised, countless people's interest was piqued. I think it'll be City Lord Wuxia. Torch City is extremely important as it's a transit point for attacking the Consciousness Universe and the Tianyuan Universe. City Lord Wuxia is backed by the General Chamber of Commerce, and he also cultivates the laws of the Devourer sequence. He'll be the next Bao Qi Xianxia. I think it'll be the Lord of the Heavenly Hand. The Heavenly Hand has always ranked first on the White Spirit list. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand has lived for a long time, but he has never become Xianxia. It's not because he can't, but because he doesn't want to. Now that the situation is different, the Tianyuan universe will definitely be reactivated. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand will definitely come out and strive to break through to the eternal life realm. You're wrong. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand doesn't need to rely on Xianxia's position to break through to the eternal life realm. Lord Xianxia once said that all cultivators in the spiritualized universe who have reached the spirit ancestor level will have a chance when the Tianyuan universe is reactivated. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand is no exception. I think it'll be Lord Tianxi. Lord Tianxi has always been in the Tianyuan universe and he almost went on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe, but he was stopped by Lord Xianxia. Perhaps something happened in the Tianyuan universe, and the only one who can keep an eye on the Tianyuan universe is Lord Tianxi. Of course it'll be Palace Lord Yao. She's the #1 person under Xianxia, so she should be the next in line. She cultivates the invincible azure water sword, and how many people in the spiritualized universe can match her? Her relationship with Lord Xianxia is extremely mysterious. Yes, I also think it'll be Palace Lord Yao. Palace Lord Yao is very strong. There was once an expert who challenged her because he didn't want to accept her title as the #1 person under Xianxia. In the end, he died under the invincible azure water sword. I think there might be an old monster in the sect of arts pretending to be dead, but he will appear during the fight for Xianxia's position. It must be Palace Lord Yao. It must be Palace Lord Yao. In fact, whoever can deal with the Dayu Villa might replace the original Xianxia and take over Xianxia's position. That's right. The Dayu Villa is still a threat. They provoked the sky beyond heaven and violated the rules. They should be killed. Once Xianxia's position is vacant, someone will definitely find trouble with the Dayu Villa. The aquamarine water domain was very small, and it could be considered the smallest among the 36 domains. Because of the aquamarine palace, outsiders were not allowed to step into the aquamarine water domain. In order to enforce this rule, the aquamarine water domain's territory had shrunk again and again. Palace Lord Yao had already returned from the sky beyond heaven. Xianxia's words made her feel indignant. It might have been possible in the past, but it was impossible now. Why? How long had she waited for Xianxia's position? How could Xianxia take away her hope with a single sentence? What was the difference between the past and present? The only difference was the appearance of the Dayu Villa. How could those people in the Sky Origin universe affect her fight for Xianxia's position? She felt indignant. Xuehua walked over and bowed respectfully. Palace Lord. What's the matter? Palace Lord Yao's tone was cold. Xuehua said, there are more and more guesses about Xianxia's position, but the most popular one is still Palace Lord. Palace Lord, do you want to stop it? In the past, Palace Lord Yao would have stopped it. She had approached Xianxia step by step steadily. But now she looked at Xuehua. There's no need. Xuehua did not understand, but she did not ask. Yes, I will take my leave. Wait, what are the guesses of the outside world? Xuehua said, the outside world says that Palace Lord is the #1 person under Xianxia and should take over his position. You are the best candidate for Xianxia's position. Palace Lord Yao was surprised. Virtue? Strength was normal. Xianxia wanted to be strong. However, who would judge a person based on their morals? Never had. Did Baoqi have virtue? Did Xianxia have virtue? And Wan Shouzhang's Wu Huang from the beginning, which one of them had virtue? Who came up with these two words? Xuehua said respectfully, the outside world says that Palace Lord protects the common people and maintains the order of the spiritualized universe. Women are like water, but Palace Lord uses gentleness to overcome strength. Your courage and strength surpass the other Xianxia. You are the best candidate for the next Xianxia. Palace Lord, the outside world is praising you very much. Palace Lord Yao's mood improved. Yes, although those people are not strong, they have good foresight. Xuehua saw that Palace Lord Yao's mood improved and continued. The outside world says that you will definitely become Xianxia. Even the Master of Heavenly Hand and those old fellows from School of Arts cannot compare to you. Your courage is unparalleled and your appearance is the best spiritualized. In the future you might even become Xianxia or even achieve eternal life. Palace Lord Yao raised her hand. Enough, that is too far away. She stood up and looked at the starry sky outside. Xianxia said that she could not become Xianxia, but she wanted to try. Why was it impossible? Just because of Xianxia's words? If she could become Xianxia, she would not be so humble in front of Xianxia. The outside world's debate became more and more intense. Some people even started fighting because of the debate. A group of people who supported Palace Lord Yao shouted crazily. It was as if Palace Lord Yao could not become Xianxia, the spiritualized universe would have no future. Palace Lord Yao had been paying attention to the outside world. She did not know where those crazy people who supported her came from. She asked Shui Hua, and Shui Hua said that it was not the Jade Water Palace's arrangement. That was strange. Where did this group of crazy people come from to support her? Even she felt that the words that praised her were a little too much. However, her appearance was unparalleled. It was normal for her to have such a group of people supporting her. Palace Lord Yao will definitely become Xianxia. The spiritualized universe will walk towards the light under Palace Lord Yao's lead. What do you Villa? Palace Lord Yao will deal with them all. Palace Lord Yao will not allow such a forbidden existence. Palace Lord Yao's beauty is unparalleled. Her strength is unparalleled. Palace Lord Yao is Xianxia. Palace Lord Yao is Xianxia. Countless people shouted, forming a craze that spread outside the Jade Water Palace. Shui Hua was stunned. These people were too supportive of Palace Lord Yao. Where did they come from? However, soon after, many people objected to Palace Lord Yao becoming Xianxia's successor. The two groups of people cursed crazily outside the Jade Water Palace, each with their own reasons. At this moment, news came from Dayu Villa, asking the Jade Water Palace to release all the children and restore their memories. At the same time, they would open up the Jade Water Palace. When this news reached the Jade Water Palace, Palace Lord Yao did not react. Those who supported her were furious. It is the children's fortune to be able to join the Jade Water Palace to cultivate. Cultivation is heartless. How can you deprive them of their future just because of some kinship? What is Dayu Villa? How dare they speak to the Jade Water Palace like this? Do they think they can do whatever they want after killing a few pieces of trash? They are too arrogant. They will definitely die if they meet Palace Lord Yao. Those who objected to Palace Lord Yao becoming Xianxia also said, Dayu Villa was built by Origin. Origin is Xianxia. Why must he die? I think your support of Palace Lord Yao has damaged your brains. Chapter 3447. Palace Lord Yao is the most powerful person under Xianxia. It's fine if Yuanqi makes a move, but that third head can only be defeated. Yushan is only second on the White Spirit list. He can't be compared to Palace Lord Yao. Palace Lord Yao is at the Spirit Prime Realm and can enter bitter disaster at any time. Let Dayu Manor come. Let's see how Palace Lord Yao teaches them a lesson. Save Lord Yushan while you're at it. Lord Yushan is too pitiful. We don't believe Palace Lord Yao dares to go against Dayu Manor. If Palace Lord Yao can suppress Dayu Manor, we'll support her to become Xianxia. We won't go back on our words. You really won't go back on your words? Of course not. Whoever goes back on their words is a coward. Palace Master Yao, please suppress the Dayu Villa and return the spiritualized universe to its former glory. Palace Lord Yao is invincible. Palace Lord Yao is unparalleled. It was very lively outside the Jade Water Palace. The argument between the two groups attracted more people, especially the news from Dayu Manor. More and more people came to wait for a result. Wanshou territory made a move and Dayu Manor made the 5 regions empty. Among them, no one as powerful as Palace Lord Yao made a move. Even the Wanshou territory's Emperor Radiance expert was not as famous as Palace Lord Yao. Besides, Yushan was captured by Dayu Manor. Palace Lord Yao couldn't ignore it for Yu Sangtian's sake. Before the Jade Water Palace said anything, the outside world had already analyzed the situation. Palace Lord Yao looked at the countless people arguing outside the Jade Water Palace with a gloomy face. She didn't want to get involved with Dayu Manor. Yu Sangtian knew that Dayu Manor was provoking him, but he didn't do anything. There must be something wrong. But now she couldn't back down. Countless people had forced her to the edge of the storm. Dayu Manor had unceremoniously provoked her, and Yushan had been captured miserably. With her relationship with Yu Sangtian, she couldn't let Yushan suffer so miserably. All of this forced her to confront Dayu Manor. She also wanted to fight for Sangtian's position. What should she do? Should she really fight Dayu Manor? Yuanqi was an old monster with powerful strength. Not long after, Dayu Mountain Villa sent another message to the Aqua Water Realm. 3 days. They would only give the Aqua Water Realm 3 days. If the Aqua Water Realm was not released in 3 days, the third master would personally come looking for them. There was no need for anyone else to do anything. This news once again ignited the fury of countless people. The group of people who supported Palace Master Yao cursed angrily. Preposterous, Yunqi didn't even show up, only letting the third master come out? You've gone too far. Palace Lord Yao's strength is unparalleled. That third master is not worthy at all. Tell Yuanqi to come over. Tell Dayu Manor to come over. Palace Master Yao heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the news. Only the third master came? As long as Yuanqi didn't make a move, she wasn't afraid of anyone in the Dayu Manor. Listening to the people outside shouting for Yuanqi to attack, Palace Master Yao's face turned black. Were these people helping her or harming her? Shui Hua walked over. Palace Lord. Palace Master Yao's face turned cold. Report to the outside world that if that third master dares to come, I will make sure that he won't be able to walk out of the Blue Water Domain. Shui Hua was shocked. Are we going to war with Dayu Manor? Palace Master Yao's eyes flashed. That third master just defeated Yushan, he's in the limelight. I'm only targeting him, I won't involve Yuanqi. If Yuanqi is involved, we'll leave. She wasn't stupid. Although she was obsessed with Sang Tian's position, she wouldn't provoke Dayu Manor when she knew that they weren't to be trifled with. If Sang Tian didn't make a move, why should she? Although the third master could defeat Yushan, Yushan was only at the level of sequence laws while she was at the Spirit Prime realm. This person was definitely not her opponent. She would deal with the third master and use him to exchange for Yushan. As for Dayu Manor, it had nothing to do with her. She could leave after she succeeded. Thinking of this, she secretly sighed and looked outside. In fact, if it wasn't for these people, she might not have said anything. Go and find out where these people came from, I feel that something is wrong. Yes. In the 100 Herb region, Lu Yin laughed. Success. Palace Master Yao publicly replied that as long as he dared to go, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the Blue Water Domain. This move worked. On one hand, he sent people to create momentum for Palace Master Yao. On the other hand, he provoked Palace Master Yao. Palace Master Yao couldn't take it. Since Yuanqi didn't make a move, it gave Palace Master Yao the courage to fight. Old Tao smiled and said, "Congratulations, Third Master." "Congratulations." Lu Yin praised, "Well done. This is how Dayu Manor's second master should be." Old Tao complimented again, but then he said worriedly, "Palace Master Yao's title as number 1 under Sang Tian is related to you Sang Tian, but her strength is definitely not weak. Her invincible jade sword is the best in the entire spiritual universe. Third Master, be careful." Of course, Lu Yin knew that Palace Master Yao's strength was not weak at all. In the tributary of the River of Time, it had taken him a lot of effort to capture Palace Master Yao. However, that was under the premise that he didn't understand her. Now he knew Palace Master Yao like the back of his hand. Her sequence laws, spiritual weapons and battle techniques were all too clear. Dealing with her would be easy. After leaving the 100 Herb region, Lu Yin headed for the Blue Water Domain. He walked out of the 100 Herb region openly and even a little arrogantly. Before he left, he said arrogantly, "You won't let me walk out of the Blue Water Domain? I want to see what this number 1 under Sang Tian is capable of." In the Blue Water Domain, Palace Master Yao sneered when she heard Lu Yin's arrogant words. This person thought that he was invincible after defeating Yushan. She would let him see how terrifying the 4th sequence laws were. Perhaps this person might not even be able to withstand the invincible jade sword. The Blue Water Domain was not far from the 100 Herb region. The 100 Herb region was at the center of the spiritualized universe's 36 domains. 3 days was enough for Lu Yin to arrive. More and more people gathered outside the Blue Water Domain, waiting to see what would happen. Those who supported Palace Master Yao were shouting fanatically, to the point that their throats were smoking. Shui Hua had been investigating the origins of this group of people, but she had not been able to find anything. She needed time. The more time she needed, the more problems there were. She did not dare to be careless. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Lu Yin arrived at the Blue Water Domain. He looked at the blue sky and azure sea in front of him. It was a beautiful place. The Blue Water Domain was enveloped by the azure sky, and the water flowed like jade. Anyone who tried to force their way into the Blue Water Domain would be detected, and they would be greeted by the invincible jade sword. Outside the Blue Water Domain, everyone fell silent when Lu Yin arrived. Lu Yin was quite famous in the spiritualized universe as the third master of the Daoist Villa. He had been cursed by a group of women every day because he had defeated Zhou Xian, which had caused even more dissatisfaction. Lu Yin approached the blue water domain step by step, but he had no intention of stopping. He pressed a hand against the surface of the blue water domain and forcefully shook it, tearing the water apart. Rays of sword qi swept over. It was the invincible jade sword. Lu Yin casually dispersed the sword qi. Tell Palace Master Yao to get out here. She can't bully the people of the Daoist Villa. Impudent. Shui Hua shouted, raising her hand to shoot an ice soul at Lu Yin. This was her spiritualized weapon. Shui Hua was a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and she was second only to Palace Master Yao. Lu Yin grabbed the ice soul and it was extremely cold to the touch. Even he could feel the chill, but it did not affect him at all. With a bang, the ice soul shattered. Shui Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he be so strong? Her spiritualized weapon had shattered, and her power had plummeted. She gritted her teeth and used her sequence law, divine reflection, to attack Lu Yin. Palace Master Yao walked out of the void and stared at Lu Yin coldly. You're the third master? Lu Yin casually tossed away the ice soul fragments and looked at Palace Master Yao with his hands behind his back. He was stunned and could not help but praise, "What a beautiful woman. You live up to your reputation as one of Outer Sky's twin beauties. You're even prettier than Kai Keqing. You come with me to the Daoist Villa to be a servant." Inside and outside the blue water domain, countless people were stunned, followed by an overwhelming number of curses. Those who had come to watch the show were shocked. Everyone knew that Palace Master Yao was from Xianxia, but no one knew what their relationship was. This third master was too ruthless. He actually wanted to snatch Palace Master Yao away and to make her a servant. Even Xianxia did not receive such treatment. Yuan Qi had provoked Outer Sky and violated the rules again and again, but this third master was targeting Xianxia. They were really going against the heavens. Shui Hua was furious. Impudent. Palace Master Yao's expression was cold. You're courting death. As she spoke, she raised her hand and her white fingers were as beautiful as jade. As she lightly tapped the void, the water surrounding the blue water domain turned into sharp blades that slashed towards Lu Yin. Endless streams of water slashed down. Each stream of water was the harmless jade water sword, which came from Palace Master Yao's harmless jade water sword. When the sword struck out, there was no injury, only death. Lu Yin was disdainful. Little tricks. His expression became serious and his body suddenly disappeared. Parallel time instantly appeared beside Palace Master Yao. Palace Master Yao's gaze followed Lu Yin's appearance, and in her hand, the blue sword light slashed horizontally. She could keep up with Lu Yin's parallel time, but she did not defend herself. Instead, she exchanged injuries, hoping to use absolute reversal to make a comeback. However, she did not know that Lu Yin was very clear about her sequence method. Absolute reversal could not be used at all. Lu Yin reached out and crushed the blue sword light while pressing one hand on Palace Master Yao's shoulder. He did not hurt Palace Master Yao, but she could not move. Palace Master Yao's heart sank. She turned around and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What, you can't use absolute reversal? Palace Master Yao could not believe it. You know, if Lu Yin injured Palace Master Yao, then absolute reversal could make him suffer the same injuries. Palace Master Yao's spiritual weapon was jade water, and she could revive from the dead. No matter how injured she was, she would not care. This was the reason why she was the strongest person under Xianxia. She was in an invincible position. However, Lu Yin was much stronger than her and he could control her without hurting her. Palace Master Yao felt the difference between them. The irresistible power in Lu Yin's hands made her feel as if she was facing Xianxia, or even Xianxia. Fake, it was all fake. This third master's strength was definitely not weaker than Yuan Qi's. In fact, he was even stronger. She knew that the Daoist Villa came from the Tianyuan universe, and she also knew about Lu Yin's group. However, she did not know how strong Lu Yin was. In the entire spiritual universe, only Xianxia knew. Lu Yin could exchange a few blows with him. Even Xianxia could not do that. Palace Master Yao did not even need to be mentioned. Inside and outside the jade water domain, everyone looked on in confusion. The two stopped attacking and Lu Yin pressed one hand on Palace Master Yao's shoulder. What was going on? Could it be that Palace Master Yao had lost? Chapter 34-48. This battle was not as intense as the one between Zhou Xian and Lu Yin. Palace Mistress Yao did not even make a move, and Lu Yin only moved a few times. It looked more like an act. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. What do you want? Palace Mistress Yao accepted her fate. She knew she had been played. Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. Where is your jade water sword? Where is your spiritualized weapon? Palace Mistress Yao said, I lost. Even if I used my spiritualized weapon I would still lose. Let me ask you, where is your spiritualized weapon? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a suffocating pressure descended. Palace Mistress Yao felt the killing intent and subconsciously said, It's with you, Xianxia. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What did you say? At this time Palace Mistress Yao suddenly vomited blood, and the blood splattered in front of Lu Yin. Her face was pale and she was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Yin stared at her. He did not make a move, but she was heavily injured. Moreover, he looked at the water painting. This injury was similar to the water painting's ice spirit shattering. Could it be? Why? Palace Mistress Yao muttered to herself. She could not believe it and her body fell from the sky. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her and shouted, Your spiritualized weapon was destroyed? Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin in a daze. How did you know? Lu Yin let go and let Palace Mistress Yao fall to the ground. Inside and outside the Jade Water domain, no one understood what had happened. Lu Yin slowly landed and looked at the heavily injured Palace Mistress Yao. Xianxia was ruthless. He knew that Lu Yin would find Palace Mistress Yao to make up for the karma, so he left her spiritualized weapon behind. After Lu Yin took control of Palace Mistress Yao, he destroyed her spiritualized weapon. Without her spiritualized weapon, Palace Mistress Yao could not use Jade Water Sword. Lu Yin's understanding of Jade Water Sword came from Palace Mistress Yao's spiritualized weapon, Jade Water. Without Jade Water he could not make up for the karma. He would never be able to make up for the karma. This was Xianxia's plan. He did not need to make a move. No matter what he did, it would still be difficult to make up for the karma. This was Xianxia's home ground and he could do whatever he wanted. As for Palace Master Yao, he didn't care at all. At this moment, Palace Master Yao finally understood why Xianxia said that she could become Xianxia in the past, but it was impossible now. Because the moment Wu Jiang came to the spiritualized universe, she lost her spiritualized weapon forever. Even her spiritualized weapon was destroyed, so how could she become Xianxia? She stared blankly at the sky. He was just a chess piece. The true chess player was Xianxia and the Tianyuan cosmos. That's right, it should be this person, the third head. He was the one playing chess with Xianxia. His chess piece had been shattered at this moment. Number one under Xianxia. What a joke, what a joke. Many things could only be seen clearly in the end. For Palace Master Yao this was the end. She had never dreamed that this day would come so soon. Lu Yin stood in place as the blue water poured down from the sky, drenching the Jade Lake and many of the spectators. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. The third head had won. Although it had been a baffling victory, it was still a victory. In contrast, Palace Master Yao's miserable state made everyone tremble in fear. The number one under Xianxia had been defeated so miserably. It was fine if they could understand, but they couldn't even understand how she had been defeated. Shui Hua's eyes widened and she glared at Lu Yin with hatred and killing intent. She shrieked, Members of the Jade Water Palace, kill this person. Yes. Figures rushed out from the Jade Water Palace, stabbing at Lu Yin with their swords. Their bodies were wrapped in blue water. The invincible Jade Water Sword could only kill. Lu Yin suddenly coughed up blood. Everything around him felt like a dream. Where was he? A spiritualized universe? The Tianyuan cosmos? Or a forbidden zone? The karmic backlash had arrived and he couldn't differentiate between reality and the cycle. Around him streaks of blue sword light slashed down. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing blood to fill the sky and dye the blue rain red. The rain of blood swept across the Jade Water realm, piercing through the void and piercing through some people's bodies. They couldn't resist Lu Yin's terrifying power at all, and many of the spectators hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close. Lu Yin's aura was chaotic and no one knew what had happened. Perhaps he had been injured in the battle with Palace Master Yao, but his victory hadn't been that easy. Shui Hua slowly fell to the ground, unable to figure out how Palace Master Yao had been defeated. Palace Master Yao watched the blood splatter onto her face. She didn't hate Lu Yin, but she hated Xianxia. Xianxia had used her, but in the end he had abandoned her. The Jade Water Realm was as beautiful as Palace Master Yao's, and it was the most beautiful spiritualized universe. However, at this moment, this beauty added to the desolation and the color of blood. Lu Yin stood on the pool of blood, his body swaying as he looked in front of him in a daze. He saw Long Shi smiling at him in the rain with little Xian in her arms. The child's innocent smile was so adorable, and her bright little eyes were staring at him, her pupils filled with his image. This was his child. Blood dissolved in water, and it was similar to the line of blood between heaven and earth. If one didn't cultivate karma, then it would only cause a backlash. However, if one cultivated karma, then the backlash would be completely different. It would cause one to doubt reality, to deny oneself, and to doubt what had happened in the past and what might happen in the future. At this moment, Lu Yin felt like he had returned to the forbidden zone, and he saw fruit after fruit. Should he eat it or not? Long Shi was waving at him. Little Xian's crisp laughter constantly echoed in his ears. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the fruits and trees that bore his likeness transformed into a karmic spiral that shot into the sky. They continued to entrench themselves in the sky until they connected to the distant horizon. Soon after, endless karma replaced the starry sky, the universe, and everything that he could see. Everything in this world seemed to be made up of karma. Everyone saw the world differently. The world that an ant saw was completely different from the world that an elephant saw. Did everyone see the world the same? Lu Yin was certain that it was different. He didn't see the blue sky, the white clouds, the stars, or the darkness. All he saw was karma, a world made up of karma. He saw another world. Was this world real? Did he exist because of karma, or did karma exist for him? Did he live for himself, or did he live for others? Lu Yin clutched his head and waved his hand, causing the karma spiral to revolve around him. 1, 2, 3, until there were countless spirals. He was surrounded by people that he had met before, and all of them were related to him. He also saw Night King Zhenwu Yen Gang and everyone else who had interacted with him. The numerous karma spirals formed karma wheels, and he pierced through them. Time flowed, and he saw himself after himself. He had made different choices and had different endings. Did karma exist because of him, or did he appear because of karma? What was it? What was it? Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart beat violently as if it was about to explode. His entire body trembled as the karma wheels around him flickered and increased, causing him to go mad. At that moment, a cold gaze opened from underground. It was time. This person's aura was so chaotic that he could succeed. His name was Wuxia, and he came from the heaven's hand. He cultivated a spiritualized weapon, the hand-suppressing flying dagger. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had been learning flying daggers. 1 day, 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. There was no end to his cultivation of flying daggers. Sequence laws? No training. Innate gift? No training. Cultivation technique? No training. No training at all. He only trained with flying daggers. Because of his dedication to flying daggers, his spirit molt had allowed him to obtain a spiritualized weapon, the hand-suppressing flying dagger. The so-called hand-suppressing flying dagger began with suppressing one's hand. Suppressing one's hand, the dagger would pierce the enemy's body. Wuxia had practiced this technique countless times. In a normal battle, his strength could not compare to any powerhouse of the sequence laws because he did not cultivate the sequence laws. However, if it was a sneak attack, he could use this technique to instantly kill any expert when he thought it was appropriate. He was confident that he could defeat any expert, including Empress Yao, who was the #1 expert under Xianxia. This was him, Wuxia. With the hand-suppressing flying dagger, he was firmly ranked in the top 3 of the Heaven's Hand. The 3 assassins were also part of the Heaven's Hand and were ranked 5th. 3 powerhouses of the sequence laws had joined forces, but they were still ranked below Wuxia. One could imagine how powerful Wuxia was. This time, Wuxia's target was Lu Yin. A flying dagger appeared in Wuxia's hand. The blade was blunt and thick, and it did not have the slightest trace of sharpness. No one could have imagined that such a dagger would take the lives of so many experts. Wuxia raised his hand, and the flying dagger vibrated in his palm before instantly disappearing. When it reappeared, it was already right in front of Lu Yin. There was a point between Lu Yin's eyebrows where the flying dagger would take his life. Buya was very confident in this attack. His enemy's state of mind was unstable and his aura was chaotic. It was obvious that he had gone mad. Buya had been preparing for a long time and had even snuck into the realm of Jade. Even Empress Yao had not discovered him. This attack was enough to take this person's life. A karmic wheel appeared in front of Lu Yin. More accurately, there were many karmic wheels revolving around his body, and the flying dagger had coincidentally pierced through the one in front of him, bringing with it a trace of karma. It seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye, but to Lu Yin it felt like an entire lifetime. He had seen the beginning and end of this karmic wheel. It had originated from a warship named Boundless, which had come from the Tianyuan universe. It had crossed the distance of a square inch and entered the spiritualized universe. It had repeatedly violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. This was the origin of the flying dagger. When it fell, it was him. The flying dagger had pierced his forehead and the karmic wheel had been completed. However, the completed karmic wheel was not for Lu Yin. He was already dead, so how could a dead person complete karmic wheel? Since a dead person could not complete karmic wheel, then what was the point of this karmic wheel? Lu Yin's gaze suddenly focused and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Time around him stopped as he raised his hand and slowly grasped the flying dagger. What a blunt dagger. Is it trying to take my life? It came from underground. It was obvious at a glance whether or not this was a karmic wheel. The ground beneath his feet split apart and Buya was inconceivable. Had he actually blocked it? The moment the flying dagger landed in Lu Yin's hand, he felt a sense of disbelief. How could this person do such a thing? His body was pulled out by a huge force and smashed into the ground. Empress Yao was beside him. Buya wanted to escape, but a face appeared in front of him. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Buya. Buya could not move. At this moment, Lu Yin's aura was like that of a primordial beast. He could not control his body or move and his blood froze. He forgot everything except for those eyes and that face. Chapter 34-49. If you don't know me, then this is reality. Lu Yin smiled as blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his smile was relaxed as he walked out. Buya did not understand what this person was smiling about. What karma? What reality? He did not understand. However, he did not need to understand. Lu Yin pressed down on Buya's head and pressed him into the ground. He lost all signs of life, leaving only his legs outside. This person had tried to assassinate him, but he did not need to know who it was. There were enemies everywhere in the spiritualized universe. He slowly stood up and looked around him. There were still many karma wheels around him. These karma wheels had been created from the heavenly reflection technique, and he had once been confused about whether he existed for the sake of karma or if karma existed for him. If he died one day, would someone else finish the rest of his path? Was the universe's final outcome predestined? These questions had troubled him before. His cultivation deviation had magnified his confusion about karma. If not for Buya, who had never seen him before, recognizing reality, Lu Yin did not know what would have happened. Perhaps he would have continued to be confused about karma, or perhaps he would have walked out of it. Now he no longer wanted to be confused about karma. Since he did not know why he existed, then did it mean that he existed because of karma? Wrong. Karma had to exist for him. There was him first and then there was karma. If this karma existed before him, then he would break it and remake it. Lu Yin exhaled as karma spirals emerged from his karmic wheels and soared into the sky. The starry sky at his heart encompassed all directions. Above his head, the divine seal catalog appeared, its golden light illuminating the dark universe. Beneath his feet, the general appointing platform shattered the ground, its image sinister and terrifying. Lu Yin raised a hand and the karma spirals emerged from his body, piercing through the sky and shattering the earth. They circled around the divine seal catalog and the general appointing platform, forming a cycle of karma. Since I am confused about karma, then I will remake it. Divine seal catalog, ascension to the heavens. General appointing platform, imprisonment. This cycle is the heavenly Tao. This is the self-illuminating technique, the heavenly Tao of karma. Boom. Around the Jade Water region, countless people's minds buzzed. Thunder rumbled in the universe, shaking the heavens. The constellations swayed, extending from the Jade Water domain to the entire spiritualized universe. It was like a huge boulder being tossed into a calm lake. Countless people fainted and many cultivators coughed out blood. For some unknown reason they felt like they were being targeted by something. In sky beyond sky, Xianxia suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of Aqua Water Domain. His face turned pale and his eyes were filled with unimaginable killing intent and fear. He suppressed his desire to attack and said, "How is this possible?" "Impossible. You shouldn't be able to comprehend it here. No one can comprehend it here. Luin, you must die." In the spiritualized universe, Yi Sangtian, Bao Qi Yuanqi, Zhan Ming and the others looked at the starry sky in shock. They felt that the universe had changed. The ancestor walked out of the boundless void and looked in the direction of the blue water domain. Next to Meng Sang, the only true god also looked in the direction of the aqua water domain. Who is it? He actually managed to reach this step. Unbelievable. Master Grass turned his head to look in the direction of the spiritualized universe. His eyes were also filled with disbelief and indescribable complexity. The spiritualized universe was huge, but Lu Yin's creation of the heavenly Tao of karma had shocked the entire universe. This was an earth-shattering power that he had created with the self-illuminating heavens technique after suffering from the backlash of karma. However, at this moment he himself did not know how much of a shock this new power would bring to others. He only knew that the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform were useful again. As his cultivation increased, the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform became less and less useful. Even the die was no longer useful. If someone was stronger than him, his innate gift could not make up for it. If someone was weaker or on par with him, he could use various methods to defeat them. He did not need any innate gift. Now his innate gift had merged with karma and the starry sky in his heart, forming the heavenly Tao of karma. He did not know how far this heavenly Tao of karma could go in the future, but he felt that it could go very high and very far. After all, this was a grand promise that he had made to create karma. If this universe was filled with karma, then he would have created a universe of his own. Lu Yin looked up and slowly waved his hand. Light shone and dispersed the blood. Behind him, within the Jade Water Palace, many fearful gazes looked at him from the children who had been brought to the Jade Water Palace. Lu Yin saw Bianshav. Her little face was pink and chubby. He lowered his head and looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao lay on the ground with lifeless eyes. She was like a rose that could be picked by anyone. She was beautiful, but she had lost her charm. This woman no longer had any meaning to him. The karma related to her had already backfired. Whether she lived or died, it did not matter. However, it was a good opportunity to test out the heavenly Tao of karma. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "Yao, from this moment onwards, you will be sent to the heavenly Tao of karma." After speaking, Palace Mistress Yao's body turned into a stream of light and flew towards the General Appointment Platform. Finally she landed there. She did not die. She was not appointed, but trapped alive in the General Appointment Platform. To the heavenly Tao of karma, the Divine Seal Catalog was like ascending to heaven, while the General Appointment Platform was like going to prison. He was sent to hell. Palace Mistress Yao landed on the General Appointment Platform and looked around in confusion. She saw old friends and enemies. They were all her karma. She wanted to avoid them as if she had seen a ghost, but she could not. She had to face these karmas. Perhaps there were people and things that she did not want to face the most. This was hell. The hell of the heavenly Tao of karma. At that moment, Lu Yin discovered that karma spirals were emerging from the General Appointment Platform and moving towards the heavenly Tao of karma. They were constantly expanding the scope of the heavenly Tao of karma. He was shocked. So this was how the heavenly Tao of karma expanded. Palace Mistress Yao had expanded the heavenly Tao of karma by quite a bit. If more sequence laws experts were added, the heavenly Tao of karma would continue to expand. If it could cover the entire universe one day, would this universe be the original universe or Lu Yin's heavenly Tao of karma? Lu Yin did not know. Perhaps he was the true master of the universe. He was looking forward to that moment. Bianji and Yan Xiang had already found Bian Xiaoxiao. They did not dare to approach Lu Yin and were grateful to him. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This trip had been unexpected. He had underestimated Yu Sangtian and had fallen into his trap. However, he had coincidentally created the heavenly Tao of karma. This was also his future path. Yu Sangtian had seen through Lu Yin, and he knew that Lu Yin had to make up for the karma. No matter what Lu Yin did, Xianxia would have the upper hand. Since that was the case, Lu Yin felt that he should change his approach and walk the path of karma. He would use karma to suppress the backlash and increase the heavenly Tao of karma. He had a premonition that the heavenly Tao of karma could suppress the backlash. He wanted to expand the heavenly Tao of karma. Only by continuously expanding it would he have a chance to ignore the karma that needed to be replenished and counter Xianxia. This was the only way, or else he would be led by the nose by Xianxia. There was one very important thing about implementing this method. Lu Yin could not allow Xianxia to immediately gather the entire spiritualized universe and attack them. Lu Yin's comprehension of the heavenly Tao of karma might have already made Xianxia apprehensive. If he no longer held back, then he would only need to say a few words, and the majority of the spiritualized universe's experts would besiege the Daoist villa. This way, Lu Yin would not have the time to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. The only way to delay Xianxia's actions was to stop him from having more apprehensions. If the Daoist villa and the various powers of the spiritualized universe worked together and even showed signs of forming an alliance, then Xianxia would definitely have more apprehensions. Lu Yin had made his decision. What he needed to do now was to reduce Xianxia's apprehensions and make the various powers of the spiritualized universe even more dissatisfied with the Daoist villa. At the same time, he could increase the heavenly Tao of karma. He looked outside the realm of jade and slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the heavens. There aren't any experts left in the spiritualized universe. I, the third master of the Daoist villa, want to challenge all the spiritualized universe's experts. Those who can fight against me can step forward. Outsiders could not understand the battle at the realm of jade. This battle had actually been a game between Lu Yin and Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was the spectators or palace mistress Yao, they had all been pawns. Xianxia thought that he had complete control over Lu Yin and that by controlling his karma, he would be able to control his future. No matter what Lu Yin did, his ultimate goal was to replenish his karma. Xianxia had only used a small trick, but he had not expected Lu Yin to not only overcome the backlash of karma, but also comprehend the heavenly Tao of karma. He had also not expected Lu Yin to challenge the world's experts. Even Chu Yi and the others had not expected Lu Yin to do such a thing, let alone Xianxia. From the very beginning, Lu Yin's plan had been to restrain Xianxia and cause trouble in the spiritualized universe. He wanted to subvert the spiritualized universe's cultivation civilization and disrupt the various powers. He wanted to cause the spiritualized universe to fall apart and take advantage of the chaos to replenish his karma. He would do whatever he could and try his best to do so. The spiritualized universe was not a monolithic entity, and the more chaos there was, the more powers would try to change the situation. The 5 regions were all empty, and while it seemed like the Daoist villa was retaliating to establish its might, Lu Yin and the others were actually very happy. This meant that there were powers that wanted to take advantage of the situation to change. Regardless of whether the 5 regions were backed by the Zhikong realm or something else, this change would not be good for Xianxia, but it would be beneficial for Lu Yin and the others. The more changes there were, the more opportunities there would be for the Tianyuan universe. While the Daoist villa seemed to have offended the entire spiritualized universe, the more they offended, the safer they would be. The internal struggles of the spiritualized universe were much more serious than they had imagined. However, Lu Yin had suddenly challenged the world's experts, and this was a step that Chu Yi and the others could not understand. They felt that this step was meaningless and there were other ways to cause trouble. The people who had joined the Daoist villa could cause trouble for the various powers. What was the point of challenging the world's experts? Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also easy to be seen through. If Lu Yin walked around the spiritualized universe and challenged the world's experts, his aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe would immediately be discovered. Previously, the various powers of the spiritualized universe had guessed that Wu Jiang had come from the consciousness universe. This was because before the primal origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe, he had also fought in the consciousness universe and made great contributions. It was normal for there to be life forms from the consciousness universe under his command. However, when these auras that did not belong to the spiritualized universe were mixed together, outsiders would not be able to tell which one belonged to the spiritualized universe. Chapter 3450. If Lu Yin was recognized as not being from the consciousness universe, then there was only one answer left: he was from the Tianyuan universe. This fact would cause the Dayou Villa to be attacked by all the powers in the spiritualized universe. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario that they had initially thought of, but now Xianxia, the 7 great Xianxians and even the Zhikong domain who had guessed their identities had not exposed Lu Yin. Thus they just had to follow this plan. Lu Yin's actions could easily cause the Dayou Villa to fall into a passive position. This answer was explained when Lu Yin returned to the Dayou Villa. The primogenitor was shocked. "We don't need to make up for the karma?" Lu Yin looked around with a solemn expression. "If we must make up for the karma, then we will be passive everywhere." Xianxia did not need to reveal that we came from the Tianyuan universe, not only because he was worried that we would reveal his secret, but also because he was the one who initiated it from the beginning. If he left behind Palace Mistress Yao's spiritualized weapon, then I would suffer a karma backlash. This is very easy for him and he can do it easily. Whenever he wants me to die, I can die at any time. He wants us to exist because we are working for him. Although I can't see what he wants to achieve, we need to change. The general direction of causing trouble in the spiritualized universe will not change, but I will jump out of the spiritualized universe and not be under Xianxia's control. I will walk the path of karma and challenge the world's powerhouses. This change might cause Xianxia to change as well, and it might expose our identities as being from the Tianyuan universe to the entire spiritualized universe. We will be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. However, this is a step that must be taken. Everyone Xianxia is not easy to deal with, and the spiritualized universe is even harder to deal with. The true danger has only just begun. No one cared. The moment they had stepped onto the boundless universe, they had all been prepared to die. Going on an expedition to a region that surpassed their own universe meant that they would face death at any moment. All of their names would be recorded in the history of the Tianyuan universe. Walking out of the Dayou Villa and challenging the world's powerhouses to increase their karma was not an easy path to take. It seemed like Lu Yin's strength could surpass the spiritualized universe unless Xianxia acted, but that might not be the case. What he had to face was an entire universe. How many experts had existed since ancient times? There was no rule that stated that one had to fight him one-on-one. Those rules were not part of the consideration. Nobody knew what Xianxia would do next to deal with him. There was also the wisdom domain, the door of skills, and the divine mountain, which was the small spiritual universe. It was also a universe. Although there might not be an elite like Xianxia, it was not to be underestimated. Just walking out of Dayou Villa was not enough. Several days later, the Grand Universe Mountain Manor announced to the entire spiritualized universe that the third master would go to sky beyond heaven and carve the words boundless outside the Zenith Palace. These arrogant words caused the entire spiritualized universe to boil. This was no longer just a challenge to the world's top experts. If Lu Yin was allowed to walk outside the Supreme Palace and carve the words boundless, then the entire spiritualized universe would lose all face. Lu Yin wanted to force the spiritualized universe, but at the same time he was also forcing himself. Karma Heavenly Dao. He wanted to walk the hardest path and become the strongest Heavenly Dao. The only true God had managed to cultivate the Heavenly Dao out of the sequence method. Once he unified the Heavenly Dao, he would create another Heavenly Dao that would suppress everyone. This was also karma. The more difficult the cause, the more powerful the effect. There were no shortcuts in this world. The Heavenly Dao was a cycle, and everything was under the universe's starry skies. Kai Keqing saw Lu Yin in Boundless. Ever since she had ascended Boundless, she had not seen Lu Yin, and the outside world's guesses had all been false. During this time she did not know why she had been asked to ascend Boundless. That third master was not what she had thought. Now she finally saw him. "I need a maid," Lu Yin said bluntly. Kai Keqing's expression was clearly a question mark, but she had a cold expression and was not good with words. She did not ask any further questions and simply nodded. "Wait for me at the bow." Lu Yin then left. There were too many taboos in the spiritualized universe. The Grand Universe Mountain Manor had violated these taboos, and Lu Yin was provoking the spiritualized universe's sensitive nerves, such as Kai Keqing, Yushan, and Kuang Yan. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Yao. This woman was known as one of Sky Beyond Heaven's twin beauties, and there were definitely more people who admired her than Kai Keqing. It was just that her status was too high and no one dared to think about it. Now he wanted to beat her down to the ground and everyone dared to think about it. Lu Yin released the space in his heart. Within the appointment platform, Palace Mistress Yao's face was pale, and she closed her eyes tightly to protect her mind that was on the verge of collapse. It was as if she had walked the same path as before and she had seen everyone along the way. There were enemies, benefactors, and people she cared about. There were also people she despaired over. Karma caused her to continuously cycle through the past, and this process was incomparably despairing. Although it did not seem long, only a few days, the first few days were the most difficult to endure. Once she made it through, she would either grit her teeth and bear with it or her mind would collapse. However, as a powerhouse, Palace Mistress Yao's mind would not collapse so easily. She did not want to continue experiencing this cycle of karma. This was hell, and it was hell for cultivators. If she was a normal person, it would not be a big deal. How complicated could a normal person's karma experience be? Cultivators walked the path of slaughter, and what they fought for was their lives. Do you want to come out? Lu Yin's voice entered Palace Mistress Yao's ears. Palace Mistress Yao suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a flash of realization in her eyes. She even looked a bit sluggish. How? Be my maid. All right. Palace Mistress Yao did not hesitate. She came out and stood in front of Lu Yin. At this moment, Palace Mistress Yao was no longer as peerless as before, and her temperament had changed greatly. She was now delicate and sorrowful, but this made people want to protect her even more. Lu Yin raised a hand and slowly approached her. Palace Mistress Yao subconsciously wanted to retreat, but when she thought about how she had been tricked by Xianxia and what she had just experienced, she held herself back and allowed Lu Yin's fingers to touch her cheek. Lu Yin smiled and retracted his hand. Remember, you are my maid. You must learn to say nice things to coax your master. Palace Mistress Yao was confused. Nice things? Seeing her like this, Lu Yin knew that she would not say anything. Did you not flatter Xianxia when you were with him? Lu Yin asked. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned cold as she thought of Xianxia. Hatred flashed through her eyes. No, he made me use absolute reversal to temper his heart. Lu Yin knew this. He had originally planned to make up for his karma with Palace Mistress Yao, but after the backlash he no longer needed to do so. As for the relationship between Palace Mistress Yao and Xianxia, Lu Yin had already learned about it from the tributary of the River of Time. How should he put it? This woman was just a whetstone, and that was all. She was nothing else. She might have the strength to be number one under Xianxia, but the spiritualized universe might also have experts that surpassed her. These were what Lu Yin was looking forward to. Palace Mistress Yao did not know how to say nice things, so he had to find someone who could. He missed the Ghost Monkey, Ku Wei, and Elder Tan from the Blaze Realm. They were all talents. Right, there were some here as well. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin blankly. I'll go too? Lu Yin said matter-of-factly, I don't know much about the spiritualized universe. Won't you come along? Old Tao wanted to refuse as he was already on the same boat as Yuanxi. He had become an enemy of the spiritualized universe, and his future was uncertain. If he followed Lu Yin on this trip, his reputation might even surpass Yuanxi's. But seeing Lu Yin like this, he knew that he had no other choice. Lu Yin's gaze turned dangerous. You're not thinking of leaving the Daoist villa, are you, second master? Old Tao hurriedly puffed out his chest. Of course not. I was impressed by your bearing the first time I saw you. The Tianyuan universe is a mythical land, and this lowly one's lifelong wish is to get closer to that mythical land and admire its glory. How could I leave? This lowly one will prepare to accompany you on a tour of the spiritualized universe and teach these ignorant weaklings a lesson. I'll let them know what you're like in a mythical land. Lu Yin was satisfied and he glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. These were nice words. Palace Mistress Yao was dumbfounded. This old man was shameless. She had also climbed up step by step and experienced the dangers of the cultivation world. She had fought with others for her life, and she had also seen people flatter others. However, this was the first time she had seen someone who had cultivated to the level of a law sequence. How many years had it been? She could not even remember the last time she had heard such words. This old man's words were more disgusting than anyone else's. Not long after, Lu Yin walked out of Boundless Boundary, attracting the attention of countless people. They were all waiting to see how the third master would challenge the world's experts. This person would definitely head straight for the Extreme Palace, and he could not be allowed to carve words there. Otherwise, the spiritualized universe would be crippled. The third master would definitely be surrounded and killed. When they saw Lu Yin, everyone was stunned. He was just too relaxed and comfortable. Lu Yin was sitting on a wooden palanquin that had no cover. The palanquin was a slide pole, and Li Shou and Su Wang were the ones lifting the pole. Su Wang was in front, his body upright and his tail split in two. He walked like a human leg. Li Shou was behind him, steadily carrying the pole on his shoulder. He bared his teeth as if he found this very interesting. Beautiful women stood on either side of him. They were Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing. Old Tao led the way like a servant. Although his face was full of smiles, it looked forced. If one looked closely, they would see a small toad lying on the pole. It was completely golden and did not move, but anyone who had seen the battle in the Alan region knew how terrifying that toad was. This was Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin sat leisurely on the pole, wearing sunglasses and holding a fan. He looked like a noble young master. He had never done something like this before. Causing trouble and looking for trouble did not seem like something that the master of the Tianyuan universe would do, but he was doing it now. It did not matter how much the spiritualized universe tossed about. Old Tao. I'm here. You're the second master. Yes, please speak, third master. Where are we going? Old Tao was speechless. He had not even thought of a destination yet. I'm going to the Extreme Palace to carve words. Lead the way, Lu Yin said. Chapter 3451. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. What? Extreme Palace engraving? They still didn't know about this matter. One stayed in boundless border, unable to come into contact with the outside world, while the other had just been released from the point of call. He felt like he had heard something incredible. Old Tao swallowed his saliva and carefully probed. Young master, are you serious? Lu Yin was very serious. Of course. Go. You should know where the Extreme Palace is. Along the way we'll enjoy the beautiful scenery. If there are any beauties, we'll tease them. If there are any delicacies, we'll try them. If there are any treasures, we'll snatch them. Old Tao revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, young master. He thought for a moment. We will pass through many domains on the way to the Extreme Palace. Our next destination will be the Great Ming Domain. What do you mean? The Great Ming Domain is relatively famous among the 36 domains. Firstly, the Great Ming Saint of the Great Ming Domain is very powerful. Secondly, there is a heavenly river in the Great Ming Domain. Rumor has it that bathing in the mist of the heavenly river can allow one to blend with the heavens, clear one's mind and heal one's hidden injuries. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He thought of the ancient gods. Is this Milky Way very magical? It's quite effective. It's also useful for sequence nomological experts. However, the heavenly river is a treasure of the Great Liao Domain. To bathe in the heavenly river's mist requires the approval of Saint Great Liao. Few succeed every year. Let's go to the Great Ming Domain. Su Wang and Li Shou carried their poles out of the boundless void. The group seemed to be walking, but with each step, they traversed the void and headed towards the Great Ming Domain. Both in the open and in the dark, countless gazes were fixed on him. Palace Master Yao didn't die. She actually became a maid. Preposterous, impudent. Kai Keqing, my goddess, has actually become a servant. That third leader is too hateful. Bah, that old Tao is shameless. To think that I once treated him as an elder. How shameless. We must kill this person and save Palace Master Yao and Ai Qing. Brother Yushan is still tied up in Wujiang. Seize this opportunity and use him to exchange for Brother Yushan's life. Lu Yin smiled as he casually placed his hand on Palace Mistress Yao's head. He appeared very relaxed and at ease. This scene once again provoked many people. However, these people were not stupid and they knew that they were not Lu Yin's match. They could only continuously spread the news and ask for the help of the spiritualized universe's experts. Yushan had been ranked second on the White Spirit list, but he had been easily defeated. Palace Mistress Yao, who was known as the #1 person under Sang Tian, had also been defeated in a baffling manner. There were too few people who could challenge Lu Yin right now. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing who would be the first. It was impossible for no one to take action. Otherwise, he would have carved his name into the Extreme Palace. If they could carve the words boundless into the Supreme Palace, no matter what the final result of this trip was, it would all be worth it. The group quickly left the 100 Herb region and strolled through the starry sky. More and more people were staring at them. Countless voices also entered old Tao's ears. He knew that he was completely smelly, even more smelly than Yuanqi. At the very least, Yuanqi had used the title of First Master to provoke Yu Sangtian. But what about him? He was a lackey. But what could he do? That was all he could do. The star toad yawned and glanced at Lu Yin. It didn't want to follow them out either, as it was too dangerous. It wasn't impossible to escape, but this was the spiritualized universe, and its aura that didn't belong to it was too obvious. Once it left the boundless, where would it go in the future? The first person to act arrived. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be down and out, but he was a spirit ancestor. Kai Keqing's body trembled when she saw who it was, and she frowned. A voice came from the shadows. A spirit ancestor? You actually dare to challenge the third master? You're courting death. He's just playing to the gallery. Right now the third master is attracting too much attention. Countless people want to get rid of him, but they don't dare to. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely attract the attention of many important people. That's only if he survives. Wrong, he's not playing to the gallery. He's a servant of the Kai family and once admired Kai Keqing. However, due to the difference in status and power, he was forced to leave the Kai family. This person's willpower is firm and he's extremely stubborn. It's just that he fell in love with the wrong person. Lu Yin glanced at Kai Keqing. He had heard it as well. A servant of the Kai family? A mere spirit ancestor like you dares to challenge our young master? Our young master wants to challenge all the experts in the world. You're not worthy. Scram. Old Tao shouted, his voice filled with killing intent. He was much stronger than this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Kai Keqing. Are you willing? Kai Keqing frowned. It has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man stared at her. If you're not willing, I'm willing to fight for your freedom with my life. Even if I fail, I'm willing to erase any killing intent from this person. Kai Keqing's fingers moved. Although her expression was still cold, Lu Yin could sense that something was different. This difference was not because she had feelings for the man, but rather because she was touched. You can leave. I'm willing, Kai Keqing said in a low voice. The middle-aged man looked at her deeply and then at Lu Yin. I can carry the palanquin as well. Lu Yin laughed. But I don't need you. You're too weak and you won't be able to carry it steadily. I'm the spirit ancestor. Too weak. The middle-aged man didn't believe it. He knew that he wasn't a match for this third boss, nor was he a match for old Tao. Kai Keqing and Palace Mistress Yao were both stronger than him and he was far from being their match. However, how could the two beasts carrying the palanquin be stronger than him? Even though Limitless had shaken the spiritualized universe, the only ones who truly understood Limitless and knew of its history were the large organizations that controlled a domain. Even the powerhouses of the sequence laws did not know about Limitless. Limitless had shaken most of the spiritualized universe's experts, but those who truly understood Limitless were only a handful in the entire spiritualized universe. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin. You can try whether I'm weak or not. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Impudent. Since you had the courage to be the first to step forward, and you're only the spirit ancestor, I'll punish you. He then released the astral sky from his heart and sent the middle-aged man straight to hell. Kai Keqing was helpless. Please let him go. Lu Yin felt the man's karma enter the astral sky from his heart, and he glanced at Kai Keqing. You're just a servant. Don't say anything else and continue walking. Kai Keqing did not give up. He didn't hurt you at all. Lu Yin laughed. It'll be too late by the time he hurts me. Do you think he's really here for you or is he just trying to play to the gallery? For me. Kai Keqing was very certain. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Lock him up for 3 days as punishment. Kai Keqing did not say anything else. A person's eyes could not lie. He had really come for her, but it was a pity that they were destined to never be together. It was not because of their status, but because Kai Keqing would not face any feelings. Her experiences since she was young had made her loathe other people's gazes. She was the kind of person in the entire universe who could live comfortably. No one knew whether the middle-aged man was dead or alive. They only knew that he had suddenly disappeared. Some rejoiced in his misfortune while others admired him. It was not easy for the spirit ancestor to step forward in the face of the Dayu Villa's notoriety and the third master's ruthlessness. Even if he was just trying to play to the gallery, he still needed to have enough courage. 3 days later, the middle-aged man was released. His face was as pale as Palace Mistress Yao's, but his gaze was steady and abnormally steady. However, when he looked at Lu Yin, his gaze was filled with disbelief. Lu Yin waved a hand. Scope. No one could explain the Tao of Karma clearly. The middle-aged man had been locked up in the general appointment platform hell and had endured the karma. However, it was very difficult for him to explain it to the outside world. Even if he did, it would not matter. Xianxia knew that Lu Yin had mastered the Tao of Karma, and Lu Yin did not need to hide it from others. Chu Yi and the others all knew about the primogeniture. The more people who knew about it, the better. The middle-aged man took one last look at Kai Keqing. I will come and find you again. Kai Keqing's gaze was cold. There is no need. The middle-aged man left. His departure was destined to be extraordinary. Countless organizations were watching, and it was actually better to lock him up in the general appointment platform hell. Lu Yin could see this clearly, but he would not protect this person. Everyone had their own path, and this person had nothing to do with him. He did not care whether this person lived or died. The group continued to head towards the Dayu region. Their direction was very clear, and the Dayu region knew that Lu Yin and the others were coming. Dayu Saint looked into the distance and did not know what Lu Yin and the others were doing here. Were they passing by? Or did they have a purpose? He hoped that they did not have a purpose. The air in the Dayu region was humid due to the existence of the heavenly river. Many cultivators were attracted to the Dayu region. Although they could not bathe in the heavenly river's mist as long as they were within the Dayu region, they could still catch a wisp of mist if they were lucky. The mist they caught was not very useful and they could only sell it to others. There were always people who could collect a lot of mist and bathe in it. This also gave rise to a job in the Dayu region called a water catcher. Su Kai was a water catcher and his family had been doing this since he was young. It was unknown how many generations had passed down to his generation, and the family tree was already rotten. Originally, his family had a cultivation method that was passed down. Although it was ordinary, it was enough for him to become a water catcher. However, he was lucky and accidentally obtained another cultivation method. Coupled with his intelligence, he coincidentally joined Dayu Saint's sect and became Dayu's disciple. This identity allowed him to get closer to the heavenly river, which allowed him to catch more mist. Only Dayu Saint could enter the heavenly river at will. Others, including Dayu's disciples, were not allowed to. Today, Su Kai happily harvested a lot of mist. He hid the mist in his gourd and took it away. He was going to make a deal with someone. At the foot of the mountain range, when Su Kai arrived, terrifying auras made him tremble. Why were there so many people in this mountain range? And they were all experts. Su Kai, someone shouted in a low voice. Su Kai looked over and heaved a sigh of relief. Sixth brother, it's good that you're here. What's going on today? What's wrong? You don't talk. Come here. Su Kai quickly suppressed his aura and went over. The man called sixth brother lay on the ground and looked around. Be careful. There are many important figures here today. Look over there. Su Kai looked in the direction he was pointing and saw an old man lying on the mountainside with half of his body sticking out. Who is that? Qianlan White Region, Jade Tripod Sex One-Word Elder. Chapter 3452. Jade Tripod Alchemy Clan? The Jade Tripod Alchemy Clan that dominates the Thousand Orchid White Region? Lower your voice. I was lucky enough to see him once from afar. Even the elders in our family are not qualified to greet him. Don't let him find out. Su Kai quickly agreed. And that one? The one buried in the ground. Shut up, that's a battle skill. Oh, then who is he? Wanderer Shuha of the Cloud Crane region. That Cloud Crane region? Which other Cloud Crane region can it be? A big shot. And that one? Which one? The most obvious one. The one standing like a wooden stake. Lower your voice, that's Sikong of the Bitter Sect. Hiss. Sikong of the Bitter Sect? Such a big shot is here? What are they doing? Is a treasure going to appear here? It's not a treasure, it's a ruthless person. They are all following the third master of the Dayu Villa and have been watching. Su Kai was puzzled. What Dayu Villa? Brother Six said, this is a big matter in the universe. It's normal that you don't know. Let me tell you, hey you two. A delicate voice was heard. Brother Six and Su Kai looked up and saw a fair-skinned and beautiful girl with her hands on her waist, staring at them arrogantly. The The two of them stared blankly. Little princess? Su Kai was confused. This girl was the descendant of Saint Diyu and was known as the little princess in the Diyu domain. He had never interacted with this little princess, so how did she find them? The girl lowered her head and stared at Su Kai. Your name is Su Kai, right? Su Kai nodded. Yes. Give me the mist you caught. Su Kai asked in a daze. Why? The girl snorted coldly. Just give it to me. Why do you ask so many questions? Why? Is my words not listened to? Su Kai remembered that he had heard a rumor that the little princess wanted to go to the heavenly river and was chased out by Saint Diyu. Only those who had the permission of Saint Diyu could enter the heavenly river. Otherwise, no one was allowed, including this little princess. Now this little princess was obviously interested in the mist. As long as there was enough mist, she would be bathed in the mist of the heavenly river. Su Kai was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a year to collect this. He had originally wanted to sell it to Sixth Brother, but he had never thought that the little princess would set her eyes on it. Brother Six was glad that he hadn't bought it yet. Otherwise he would have spent the money and lost the item. He looked at Su Kairan sympathetically. Brother, consider yourself unlucky. Although I have some family background, I can't handle this little princess. What are you looking at? Give it to me. The little princess shouted. Su Kai reluctantly handed the gourd to the little princess. The little princess was satisfied. Remember, in the future you will specially capture mist for me. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. If anyone dares to provoke you, just tell them my name. Hita. Su Kai was stunned. Not only this time but in the future? This wouldn't do. Wouldn't this be cutting off his path of cultivation? He relied on capturing water mist to obtain cultivation resources. Little princess, I want to cultivate too. The little princess was dissatisfied. Letting you catch the mist is already giving you face. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get Granny to beat you up. Not far behind her stood an old woman. Her cold gaze swept over. Su Kai was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only accept it. The little princess stared at Brother Six. Brother Six was stunned. He hurriedly tried to please her. Little princess, what orders do you have? The little princess sized up Brother Six. You're here to find Su Kai to buy the mist? Brother Six was about to lie when a killing intent came from the old woman. His face turned pale. He smiled and said, yes. The little princess sneered. Give me the mist you bought before. Of course, Sixth Brother was not willing to accept the offer. Little princess, my clan has served Saint Great Chiu for generations, transporting resources for him. This residence is given to me by Saint Great Chiu himself, and my clan is absolutely loyal to Saint Great Chiu and Little Princess. The little princess raised her eyebrows. Transport resources. At this moment a shout came, causing the void to turn dark. The old woman instantly appeared in front of the little princess. She stared vigilantly at a person who was half buried in the ground. Where did this wild girl come from? Be quiet. The little princess was terrified. Just now she seemed to have seen the biting cold killing intent of the flying crane's claw. It almost made her collapse. The old woman gritted her teeth. Wanderer Shuha from Cloud Crane region. This is the little princess of Daliu region. Even Wanderer Shuha has to give her face. Wanderer Shuha stared at the old woman. Talk more and I'll kill you. Shut up. He's coming. Another shout exploded in the old woman's ears like thunder. She almost fainted. She looked over in shock. It was Si Kong from Bufan region's Ku sect. It was actually him. The little princess's eyes turned red. She had never been so wrong since she was young. She was about to cry. The old woman hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear. Little princess, these people are not to be trifled with. They have been brought to various regions. The third master of Dayu Manor is coming too. Don't talk. The little princess was confused. She understood her grandmother. If her grandmother told her not to talk, she knew she couldn't talk. Su Kai secretly stared at the little princess. Well trained. This unruly girl was lawless. Fortunately, she had met a ruthless person who helped him vent his anger. However, these people were all staring because of the person who was coming. They didn't even dare to make half a sound. Who was that person who was coming? He looked into the distance of the mountain range. A black dot appeared faintly and gradually grew bigger. His mouth was wide open. What kind of appearance was this? A nobleman sitting on a sliding pole. Giant beasts carried a palanquin in front and behind him. Beautiful maids were beside him. That kind of beauty left the little princess by 180 streets. They weren't even on the same level. The entire starry sky was silent because of the person who was coming. The little princess also stared with her eyes wide open. The third master of Dayu Manor? She had heard of it before, but she didn't listen carefully. Was this the expert who even the people of Daily region were afraid of? That person was so young. It seemed that he was even more lawless than her. The sliding pole swept past and suddenly stopped. Everyone who stared at this scene held their breaths. They didn't know why it stopped. Wanderer Shuha slowly buried his whole body into the ground. Sikong of the bitter sect of Bo Fan region retracted his head. Elder one of the Jade Tripod Alchemy clan of Qianlong White region bent down and didn't dare to raise his head. Everyone's hearts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only one person stared blankly at the young master on the sliding pole. It was Su Qiren. He was very sure that the young master was looking at him. You have been wronged. The voice came from afar and lowered the sky, attracting everyone's attention. They followed the young master's gaze and looked at Su Qiren. Including the old woman, the little princess, Wanderer Shuha, and the others, they all looked at Su Qiren in an instant. Su Qiren was stunned. Wronged? Little brother, our third master is calling for you. Come over and reply. A gentle voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life came from afar. It was old Tao, and the young master was of course Lu Yin. Lu Yin came to the Daily region. He originally wanted to go directly to the Heavenly River and find trouble with Saint Daliu, but he felt that it was better to find a reason. Of course, it didn't matter if he didn't have one. His domain swept across, and those who were following him entered his eyes. He found the scene of Su Qiren being bullied by the little princess from afar. This matter could be used as a reason. Without a reason, there was no sense of accomplishment in bullying others. Su Qiren couldn't help but walk towards Lu Yin under the gazes of countless people. He didn't know why he went, but he knew that at this moment he was being watched by everyone. These people represented various regions and they were all important figures. Normally he wouldn't see them, but now they were all looking at him with all kinds of gazes. At this moment he seemed to have become the center of the universe. No one could resist this temptation, so he went. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return, but he felt that he should go. A person's life was all about happiness. The happiness of love, the happiness of kinship, the happiness of fame and fortune, and the happiness of life. Even if they were to die, they would still want to be happy. Su Qiren went from apprehension to confusion, and then to forcibly stabilizing his state of mind. This process happened to coincide with the process of him coming from the mountain range to Lu Yin. This little one, Su Qiren, greets the young master. Lu Yin sized up Su Qiren with admiration in his eyes. Good name. You have been wronged. Su Qiren didn't understand what Lu Yin was saying and looked at him in confusion. Lu Yin leaned forward as if he wanted to see through Su Qiren. You are dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? Su Qiren looked towards the mountain range. Yes, he was dissatisfied just now. Why should his mist be snatched away by the little princess? He still had to work for her in the future, and all he got in return was not a beating? Why? Tell me your grievances and dissatisfaction. I like to help people. Lu Yin raised his head proudly and looked down on the world. At the mountain range, the old woman trembled. How could this be? This Su Qiren knew the third master of the Dayu villa? How could this be? He was just an ant. The little princess didn't know what had happened, but her entire body was cold. Although she was inexperienced, she wasn't stupid. The person she had bullied just now seemed to have a powerful backer, but why? Su Qiren retracted his gaze from the mountain range and mustered his courage to look at Lu Yin again. He said respectfully, Yes, I have been wronged. I am dissatisfied. Speak. The Dayu domain has a Milky Way that raises mist. Bathing in the mist allows one to blend with heaven and earth and refine one's body. The Milky Way is unapproachable, but the mist pervades the entire Dayu domain. My family has captured the mist for generations to serve the Dayu domain. Today the little princess of the Dayu domain snatched my mist and ordered me to hand over all the mist I captured in the future to her. This is my grievance. I used my own labor to exchange for the reward. Why should the little princess snatch it away? His voice wasn't loud, but under Lu Yin's arrangement, It spread in all directions and throughout the entire Dayu domain. Above the Milky Way in the Dayu domain, Saint Dayu's expression was ugly as he clenched his fists. That rude girl had caused a huge problem. The Dayu villa had always wanted the world to be in chaos, but this girl was looking for trouble at this juncture. He hurriedly rushed towards Lu Yin. At the mountain range, many eyes were looking at the little princess and the old woman. The old woman felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The little princess pulled the old woman's sleeve for help. Uneasiness and fear filled her mind. Brother Six silently retreated. This Zhou Xian was extremely lucky to be able to talk to the third master of the Dayu villa, who was a top-notch figure. Shuha dug up the soil and said, "Stay away. There is a god of plague here." Sikong of the bitter sect ran away. The first elder changed his position. Chapter 34:53. Around them, the people who were staring at Lu Yin all changed their positions, leaving the old woman and the little princess empty. These two were going to be unlucky, bloody unlucky. Who would have thought that a minor character like Lu Yin would actually catch the eye of the third mistress? Even if they spent their entire lives daydreaming, they would never have thought that such a thing would happen. Lu Yin tapped the pole lightly and looked at Zhou Xian. "You're wrong." Old Tao was surprised but did not react. Around them everyone was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? The old woman's eyes lit up. Could it be that the third head was not helping an aunt, but using this to establish a good relationship with the Great Ming region? Yes, Saint Great Ming was a sequence law realm expert who controlled the Heavenly River. If one wanted to bathe in the Heavenly River mist, they would need Saint Great Ming's permission. The third head must have thought so too. The little princess's breathing quickened as she looked into the distance with anticipation. Zhou Xian's mind went blank. What did he say? It's over. It's all over. This person is clearly helping the little princess. Lu Yin slowly said, "Your injustice did not come from the little princess, but from Saint Great Ming." Zhou Xian was stunned. Saint Great Ming. Lu Yin looked serious. "Yes, you were born in the Great Ming region. The Heavenly River belongs to the Great Ming region and not Saint Great Ming. What right does he have to monopolize it? The little princess can bully you because she has Saint Great Ming behind her. It's Saint Great Ming who is bullying you, not that little girl." Zhou Xian's head was buzzing. How did it escalate to such a level? Lu Yin looked up. "Saint Great Ming, come out." Behind Zhou Xian, the void distorted as Saint Great Ming walked out with an ugly expression. Zhou Xian slowly turned around and saw Saint Great Ming, who was only a few meters away. He was so frightened that he almost fell. Saint Great Ming did not even look at Zhou Xian. He stared at Lu Yin. "What did you mean by that?" Lu Yin's lips curled. "What did you hear? What? Do you want me to repeat it?" Saint Great Ming suppressed his anger. The little girl was rude and bullied others. "I'll give this little brother an explanation. From now on, this little brother can enter and exit the Heavenly River as he pleases. No one will stop him." Is the third head satisfied? In the entire spiritualized universe, more than half of the cultivators wanted to get rid of Dayu Manor to express their goodwill to Xianxia. But who could do it? Who dared to do it? Yushan did it and was hung on Wujiang. Palace Mistress Yao had become a servant girl. One expert after another had died in the Myriad Beast territory. The Battle of Alan Domain's Water Curtain Sky and the Battle of the 5 Domains are empty had shown the 36 domains how terrifying the Dayu Manor was. Saint Great Lu did not want to be the first to test the third master with his own life. Perhaps only Xianxia's level could fight against Yi Futian. Yi Futian was not qualified, so he could only admit defeat. Lu Yin sneered, not satisfied. Great Lu clenched his fists and asked, "Third leader, what else do you want?" Lu Yin looked in a certain direction and his gaze pierced through the void. He saw a river that was filled with mist descending from the sky, and it carried a myriad of colors. Is that the Celestial River? It's a nice view, but it's too wasteful to leave it here. I'll help the Great Ming domain keep it. Once we get rid of you Xianxia, it'll benefit all the cultivators in the universe. Saint Great Chia was shocked. Once Yu Xianxia was dealt with, the Great Yu Mountain Manor would not rest until Yu Xianxia was dead. Furthermore, what did this person say? Keep it for the Great Ming domain? He wanted to seize the Heavenly River by force. Third Master, the Heavenly River belongs to the Great Ming domain. You can't take it away no matter what. Saint Great Chio tried to stop him. Lu Yin stood up. Then let's see if you can stop me. Alright, you'll have to pay the price for attacking me. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and headed toward the heavenly river. Saint Greatchio had no choice but to act. You've gone too far. My old friends, please lend me a hand. When he found out that Lu Yin was causing trouble for the Great Ming domain, he had already used all of his connections in hopes of getting a few powerhouses to help him deal with Lu Yin. At the very least, Lu Yin would be wary of him. Lu Yin could not ask for anything more. The more people there were, the better. They could increase the way of karma and reduce the possibility of him being devoured by karma. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward. Saint Greatchio was the only one who chased after Lu Yin toward the heavenly river. The heavenly river was colorful and the scenery was breathtaking. Mist filled the air, making it look like a celestial palace. Below, a few figures could be vaguely seen bathing in the mist, looking serene and peaceful. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "Third Master, stop." The people bathing in the mist opened their eyes and looked up in dissatisfaction. Who dared to disturb them? They had paid a huge price to obtain the right to bathe in the mist, and those who were qualified were all people with backgrounds. They had been here for several years and had been very quiet. Why was there suddenly such a commotion? Saint Greatchio had gone too far. Just as they were about to say something, the heavenly river trembled and swept up from below as it was summoned by a huge hand. The terrifying pressure crushed them in an instant. They were all young elites, but they could not withstand such terrifying pressure. It was definitely at the level of a sequence law or even higher. What was going on? Was there an enemy from the Great Ming domain? In the sky, a jade-white palm descended. It was the Saint Greatchio's hand, Saint Greatchio's ultimate technique. Under the Saint Greatchio's hand, Lu Yin guided the heavenly river into the starry sky at his heart with one hand and struck out with the other to face the Saint Greatchio's hand. Below, the people bathing in the mist widened their eyes. This person was actually facing the Saint Greatchio's hand head-on? Although Saint Greatchio was not at the peak of the sequence law, he was still a top expert who was qualified to enter the White Soul list. In particular, the Saint Greatchio's hand had been praised by Zhou Xian, who was second on the list. In terms of strength, unless one cultivated the 14th or 9th infinite strength sequence law, it would be difficult to shake him. This person was actually facing him head-on? Then an even more unbelievable scene occurred. The Saint Greatchio's hand collapsed. The jade-white palm was torn apart and scattered from the sky. Saint Greatchio's face was ashen, but he was not surprised. With his strength, he could only be considered qualified to enter the White Spirit list. However, he did not enter the White Spirit list. As for Zhou Xian, he was ranked second on the White Spirit list. However, he was defeated by the third master in a single blow. As for the ninth master, he did not even have the strength to resist before he was annihilated. Especially Palace Master Yao, the number 1 under Sang Tian, was also defeated. The difference was too great. If he wanted to win, there was only one possibility, and that was that his sequence law could cause a backlash. That was the only possibility. Lu Yin bent his finger and pointed it at Saint Greatchio. He flicked his finger and the void rippled. Saint Greatchio had seen this scene before when he sparred with Zhou Xian. However, Zhou Xian could not do it as casually as Lu Yin. This person's strength surpassed Zhou Xian's. Unshakable. This was what it meant to be unshakable. "Old friend, help me," Saint Greatchio shouted. However, no one responded. Old Tao sighed. Saint Greatchio must be thinking of a way to delay and withstand a few more strikes. Sikong of the Bitter Sect shook his head and muttered to himself, "Saint Greatchio cultivates the 20th sequence law, Forbidden Return. With this sequence law, he can cause his opponent to suffer a backlash. Some people will suffer a backlash at the 5th strike while others will suffer a backlash at the 3rd strike. This person has been cultivating diligently for so many years, sitting under the white willow. His sequence particles should have increased by a lot. Perhaps he can already cause an expert of the same level to suffer a backlash after 2 strikes or even 1. However, this third master is very strong. Saint Greatchio can't cause him to suffer a backlash after 3 to 5 strikes. 8 strikes? 9 strikes? Or 10 strikes? He hopes that he can use his old friend to delay the third master for a few more strikes and achieve his goal of Forbidden Return. Unfortunately, no one will help him. Even if the third master suffers a backlash, he might not necessarily lose. If he doesn't lose, then the person who attacked him will be in trouble. No one will provoke the Daoist Villa at this time. Unless Xianxia makes a clear statement and summons all the spiritualized universes to surround and kill him, it will be difficult for anyone to step forward. Saint Great Qiu is finished. Bang! Saint Great Qiu's shoulder was pierced through and blood splattered across the void. Following that, his arms and legs were pierced through by Lu Yin. He would not die, but he would be severely injured. He stared at Lu Yin and counted silently as he endured the injuries to his body. 10 strikes. His eyes suddenly widened as sequence particles spread out and enveloped Lu Yin. This was his only chance. Lu Yin waved his hand and the heavenly river was completely drawn away, falling into the void where his heart was. In front of him, the sequence particles enveloped him and dispersed. Saint Great Qiu's eyes cracked as he watched the sequence particles being completely dispersed. However, he smiled. How could he not have considered that the third master could use the law to not approach him? Of course he had. This person could defeat Palace Mistress Yao, who was a primordial realm powerhouse. Saint Great Qiu had considered the law to not approach him, but so what? The law of breaking and returning did not apply at this moment. This person had already entered the law from the very first strike. As long as there was a backlash, there was still hope. The appearance of the sequence particles was to guide the backlash. Regardless of whether this person had used the law to not approach him, the law had already been set. Backlash, please. Saint Great Qiu stared at Lu Yin, his breathing ragged. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Lu Yin observed the void where his heart was. There was now an additional heavenly river and the scenery was clearly much better. The void where his heart was should be filled with something such as rivers, mountains, land, and so on. Yep, he had a new goal for this trip. The heavenly river was wrapped around a tree, a white willow. Was this a tree that grew in the heavenly river? Lu Yin looked at Saint Great Qiu, who was clearly waiting for something. Lu Yin directly threw him into the hell of the appointment platform to increase the way of karma. Saint Great Qiu did not know why the backlash had not appeared before he had been imprisoned. 10 strikes had already passed, so why was there still no backlash? Was the difference that great? Without the heavenly river, there was only a ravine below. There were also many pairs of dazed eyes that stared at him blankly. The people following him were helpless. The difference between Saint Great Qiu and the third master was just too great. There was no way to make up for it. The Great Qiu region was finished. The little princess mind was in a mess. She finally understood that the third master was here to cause trouble for the Great Qiu region, but what could she do? The old woman held her hand, afraid that she would be impulsive. Lu Yin returned and sat on the pole again. Su Qiren, I've already resolved your dissatisfaction. There's no need to be polite. Only then did Su Qiren react. Sir, where's Saint Great Qiu? With his strength he could not see the heavenly river at all. Lu Yin laughed. What do you think? Su Qiren was at a loss, not knowing how to answer. Lu Yin suddenly waved a hand and Su Qiren disappeared. Everyone who was watching this scene did not know where Su Qiren had gone. Chapter 34:54. Lu Yin sent him far away. If this person stayed in the Dali region, he would only be unlucky. While sending him away, Lu Yin also changed his appearance so that only Sang Tian could see through him. Lu Yin also gave him a sum of resources to make up for his loss. Karma. Where there was a cause, there would be an effect. This matter could be considered a good ending. As for Saint Dali, he would continue to be locked up. The enemies of the spiritualized universe were still people, and Lu Yin would not kill them for no reason. However, he would not allow them to have the ability to deal with the Tianyuan universe either. Old Tao, where do we go next? Lu Yin asked. Su Wang and Li Shou continued to lift the pole and head into the distance. Before leaving, they even praised their surroundings, which made Old Tao's teeth ache. Old Tao thought for a moment. Third Master, do you have any special needs? Lu Yin said, anything that can cause trouble is fine. Old Tao said, then let's go take a look at the 9 domains ring. With your strength, you will definitely be able to let people who surpass the 9 domains see you. At that moment, everyone in the 9 domains will be able to see your actions, even if you can't transmit your voice. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. There's such a thing? Alright, let's go to the 9 domains ring. Lu Yin's group attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe, and those who could look over were not ordinary people. Just as they were about to leave the Dali region, Lu Yin took out the white willow. I forgot to ask. What's the use of this thing growing in the heavenly river? Old Tao was shocked when he saw the white willow. Why is it here? Not only old Tao, but even Palace Mistress Yao's expression changed. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss. He had thought that the white willow was a plant in the heavenly river, but now it seemed that it was not. At the same time, those who were watching them were shocked. A white willow? Why is it in the third master's hands? Could it be that the white willow was stolen by the Dayu Villa? Impossible. The white willow was stolen a long time ago, and the Dayu Villa has only been here for a short time. I think it has something to do with Saint Dolly. The heavenly river? Don't you think that Saint Dolly was very strange for a while? Although it was not easy to bathe in the heavenly river mist in the past, it was possible as long as one paid a small price. However, ever since Saint Great Liao came out from his seclusion and announced that he had gained enlightenment, he was no longer allowed to bathe in the heavenly river mist casually, especially for those at the level of spirit ancestor. It was not like that in the past. Now that I think about it, the change in the rules of the heavenly river was not far from when the white willow was stolen. Hurry up and send the news back. Concepts are going to be overturned. This matter concerns concepts, and it even forced out a 7-star exalted sovereign. This matter is not simple. Lu Yin heard the discussions around him, and his gaze landed on old Tao as he waited for an explanation. Young master, is this white willow in the celestial river? Old Tao asked. Lu Yin nodded. They were dragged in by me along with the heavenly river. Seems like there's a story behind it. Since the universe had developed to its present state, the ties and karma involved were far too deep. Mortals had a few lifetimes or even dozens of lifetimes of grudges, let alone the cultivation world that had developed for countless years. He couldn't see it because his level wasn't high enough. The karma involved in the white willow could not be dug out unless one was an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin planned to stir up trouble and seize treasures along the way to the heavens beyond Supreme Celestial Palace. This path would definitely involve too much karma. After all, those who could catch his eye were not simple. For those cultivators to be able to reach his level, it was impossible to say that there was no karma behind them. He was like a hoe that was about to start digging in the cultivation world. What could be dug out from the ground was karma. And this white willow was the first to be dug out. Old Tao looked at the white willow and sighed. There is indeed a story behind it. No wonder Saint Great Liao made the rule that cultivators above the spirit ancestor were not allowed to bathe in the heavenly river mist. The source is actually here. There is a region in the spiritualized universe called the concept. As the name suggests, the concept is a place to cultivate one's consciousness. Most of the cultivators who walked out of this place became the team leaders of the various teams that attacked the consciousness universe. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow as he had never heard of this before. When fighting against the consciousness universe, one's consciousness cannot be weak. It is impossible for our spiritualized universe to catch up to the life forms of the consciousness universe in terms of consciousness. The only way is to use a spirit treasure array. Using consciousness as a spirit treasure, we can form a spirit treasure array. The various teams that are scattered throughout the consciousness universe can work together to form a corresponding consciousness spirit treasure array in the shortest time possible. This is the power that can resist the consciousness of the life forms of the consciousness universe. Spirit treasure array? That was the source box array of the Tianyuan universe. Old Tao looked at the white willow. The concept is a place that specializes in cultivating consciousness and allowing them to work together to form a spirit treasure array that can resist consciousness attacks. It can be said that the appearance of the concept sped up the process of defeating the consciousness universe. Lu Yin understood as this was normal. Wars between different universes could not be completely controlled by oneself. The consciousness of the life forms of the consciousness universe was too strong. And if the spiritualized universes always used their own cultivation methods to fight, their efficiency would be too low. They were also changing. The concept was established by Xianxia, and the one who helmed it was the Qi family. However, after many years, they were unhappy with the Qi family's domination of the concept. Gradually, the other Xianxians joined forces to support a faction called the Crusader Alliance. This faction quickly expanded until it was able to rival the Qi family and share the concept. This white willow is one of the most valuable treasures for cultivating consciousness in the concept. The person who guards it is called Lord Qi, and he is an ancestor of the Qi family. However, for some reason the white willow was stolen, and the Crusader Alliance accused the Qi family of stealing it in order to monopolize the white willow. The Qi family had no way to defend themselves, as no one could steal the white willow from the concept without being detected. However, the white willow disappeared. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and said, "There are strong people in the intent realm. Although they are not as strong as Xianxia, they are not necessarily weaker than Xianxia. It is impossible to steal white willow right under the nose of such a strong person, especially when Lord Qi is guarding it. The only explanation is that the Qi family stole it." Lu Yin studied the white willow, and the outline of the concept gradually appeared in his mind. The Qi family could not explain, so they could only interrogate Lord Qi. Because of the Crusader alliance, Lord Qi risked his life to break through to the spiritual prime realm, but he actually succeeded. The Qi family could not bear to see Lord Qi die, so they showed their cards to the Crusader alliance and allowed Lord Qi to escape the concept. All of this was because of this white willow. No one would have thought that this white willow would be under the Sky River in the Daliang domain. With Saint Daliu's strength, it is impossible to steal the white willow. This matter is very serious. Lu Yin smiled and looked at the white willow with interest. This was interesting. He had originally wanted to cause trouble and add embellishment to the starry sky in his heart, but he did not expect to be involved in this old case. The concept? Yu Xianxia is behind the Qi family? Yes. Even if the Crusader alliance has Xianxia's support, Xianxia will not appear directly. How can the Crusader alliance fight against the Qi family? Palace Master Yao continued, because the Crusader alliance gave birth to a consciousness cultivation genius. He is one of the few cultivators in the spiritualized universe whose consciousness has reached the spiritual prime realm. Old Tao said, in the concept, consciousness is king. This person has contributed greatly to the creation of the consciousness spiritual treasure array and has not stopped refining it. Using the intent realm to refine the spirit treasure array and create a new spirit treasure array, he cares more about the realm than the Qi family who created the intent realm. That's why he can protect the league against the Qi family. Lu Yin was curious. Yu Xianxia did not look for him? Old Tao shook his head. No. After all, the 7 great Xianxia are not just decorations. Even if Yu Xianxia rules the spiritualized universe, the existence of the 7 great Xianxia will still make him wary. Lu Yin looked at the white willow swaying in the wind. Now that the white willow is in my hands, the news has spread. It seems that the concept will send someone to look for me soon. Old Tao asked, what do you plan to do? Lu Yin put away the white willow. Ignore him. Go. The appearance of the white willow made the spiritualized universe more excited than Lu Yin stealing the heavenly river. No one expected that the white willow would appear in a robbery in the Daming domain. Why was the white willow in the hands of the third master? What was the role of the Daoist villa in the theft of the white willow? This made everyone curious. Lu Yin was carefree and his maids were picturesque. Even though he was hated by most people in the spiritualized universe, there were too many people who envied him, who did not want to live a carefree life. Lu Yin had fulfilled many people's dreams. A voice shouted from afar, "Third Master, is there anyone in the world who is afraid of you?" Lu Yin laughed. No. Third Master, what is the purpose of this trip? Engraving words in the Ji Palace. Why are you challenging the experts in the world? There are no experts in the spiritualized universe. Third Master, you are too arrogant. Find an expert for me to see. Third Master, who is your master? Come and ask yourself, Lu Yin shouted. No one dared to come. Third Master Kai Keqing and Palace Master Yao serve you. Is life bliss? Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing looked to the right at the same time. Just as they were about to attack, they were stopped by Lu Yin. Ha, life is bliss. Ha. Countless people gritted their teeth in anger, but their eyes turned red with envy. Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing could not attack, so they could only grit their teeth. Third Master, you are unparalleled. You treat the experts in the world as nothing. You have the most beautiful woman and do the most arrogant things. We admire you. We admire you. We admire you. Ah. Half a month after Lu Yin and the others left the Daming domain, someone from the Intent Realm came. I'm Qi Guan of the Intent Realm. Greetings, Third Master. A middle-aged man stood in front of Lu Yin and the others. He looked refined, but there was a faint hostility in the depths of his eyes. This hostility was not obvious. It could even be said that even a spirit prime expert like Palace Master Yao could not sense it. However, Lu Yin could sense it because Qi Guan cultivated the power of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than this person's. As a consciousness cultivator himself, Lu Yin was able to sense this hostility. However, even if he could not sense it, he could imagine that the Qi family was backed by Xianxia. The Dayou villa had violated the rules and provoked Xianxia. How could the Qi family not be hostile to the Dayou villa? In particular, Lu Yin's destination was the Ji Palace. Engraving there was equivalent to engraving on Xianxia's face. This was something the Qi family could not tolerate. However, the Qi family did not dare to do anything. They knew that they could not go against the Dayou villa. Lu Yin crossed his legs and looked very relaxed. Beside him, Palace Master Yao was holding fruits and snacks. "What is it?"